Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Children of the Cup. I am your DM, GM, storyteller, whichever you'd like to call me, Forgotten Dreams, and I'm joined by a lovely cast of people, starting with Seth.
Wow, we're starting with me. Hello, my name is Sephorio. I'll be playing Ajala.
Fantastic. Next up, we have Mel.
Hi, I'm Mel, and I play Chimek.
All right. Next up, we have Shannon.
Hi, I'm Shannon, and I play Cassandra Sephothino Toko.
All right. Last but not least, we have Azzy.
Hello, I'm Asio Aristira, and I play Cecilia of Montfort, the House Simish.
Fantastic. All right. So, bringing us in with our viewer warning is going to be Seth, and then we're going to have the recap done by the lovely Azzy. But I'd like it in Cecilia's voice.
That face. Anyway, so to warn everyone who's watching, we're playing a vampire story. Vampires being not particularly nice creatures. Some of these player choices are going to be bad. Some of the things happening are going to be bad, and there will be horror and gore. Anyway, there will be nasty stuff. So if you're not really into that, be warned beforehand, and do take a break whenever you need one. Your own health is way more important than this story, but do feel free to join us when you feel ready or willing/able to do so. There you go.
Fantastic. I think you've added a new tag to what we can put on the videos now as well. All right.
More horror.
Gore whore. There you go.
I wanted to say body horror, but that just went awfully wrong.
Okay, Azzy/Cecilia, take it over.
Alright. Well, I was hoping that the party would be a reprieve from all the other things that had happened. But it started out very strange. The first, when we came there was this strange... I think it's a doorman, but it looked like a child. Apparently Cassandra seemed to know him as she went up and gave him a dragon fruit, I think. At least that's what she called it. I'm not sure if I have never eaten one, so I don't know what it is really. Apparently the doorman liked it or something, and it opened up for us. Led us into this hallway that's going to take us to the party. Well, that hallway was a bit different. There were flesh on the floor, flesh in the ceiling, and flesh on the walls. And I don't know why, and I will not disclose who, but someone took flesh from the wall and started sucking on it for some reason. I think 2 did it.
Oh.
And, well, it was not a nice experience going that walkway. Even if it was at least a marvel if you think of how hard it would be to build something like this. When it came closer to the end, there was also this tiger head that I'm pretty sure was alive, but it had, well, attached the head to the wall and probably nurture it somehow like that. It seems also to be unable to move its mouth, meaning it has cut off all muscular tissues to it. It made it kinda airy, but I would say that was definitely the best part of this corridor. We reached the end and came into the party, and as that opened up, it was first very dark. Both me and Shimeg activated our eyes of the beast as it's called, and made us be able to penetrate the darkness and see that there were actually people in there having somewhat fun dancing, but it was eerily quiet. When we moved further in, the shadows started to move around, and well, the host approached us and coalesced to a form, a bat-like creature of some sort, and it was fairly nice with the introductions, but it appears that this whole shadowy thing with everything being eerily quiet was some form of a spooky way to introduce new people coming to the party, as everyone seemed to be in on it. Then music started and people started to talk like normal, and well, we met a lot of people there, but I can go through the list of people both we expect to be here and that we actually know are here. It is Restusi, Persephone, which we spoke to, Mara, which we spoke to, and her sister Cassandra. Not to be confused with the Cassandra I'm traveling with, but we talked to her sister. And there's also supposed to be people with the crescent, moon, and star jewelry, so probably going to be Muslim people here. Haven't talked to anyone yet. And there were also someone called Lotus Scar. I think that was the doorman, yes, that spoke with many ethereal voices. That was the name of that one, yeah. And the party host is called Mephasto, and he was, yeah, eccentric, like a bat-like creature almost, I would say. Marcus, the Templar, Kotar is there, and I want to speak to him about Drusella, but I didn't get the chance yet. So Ezekiel came, and Sophie, my mom, came, I haven't spoken that much with her yet. I've seen her in the distance, but some other in the group have. And also Duke Lucius was there dancing with Cassandra at some point before joining the rest of us. Well, joining me, and I guess Adyala also came there. But basically the only thing that's happened to the party so far is that we have been speaking to people, and I can't really go through all the conversations, as that would take, a session, I guess. So I will leave it with that the party is ongoing and we meet strange people. Apparently a set type as well that seems to be Irish, I think. But I will say an important part of it. We understood him completely. Meaning he's a children of the camp. So there are others here that we have not met before.
Okay, good to know that we are getting our Irish and Scottish confused, but all right.
I was about to say.
I meant to do that.
I've been trying to practice on this, and that is quite dabbing on me toes. Anyway.
Fantastic. So yes, the four of you now clustered into this giant conversation of essentially the people you know, with a few additions of people who are sort of new, are in the midst of conversation. You have Arun there, you have Ajala there, everybody important is there, and everybody is realizing that Arun is understandable no matter who you are. An eerie silence begins to overtake the circle of people. Well, and this is Ezekiel talking. I believe I'm going to get some refreshments. And also, I have not seen... Oh, I forget how to say his name sometimes, and I skew it slightly. Bartholomew. Bartholomew? Bartholomew. There you go. I haven't seen him. Is he set to be coming?
I think so. I'm not 100% sure, but I think so.
Very well. If I happen not to notice when he does come in, if you could please alert me.
Of course.
And Ezekiel breaks off from the group.
Who is standing there with us right now?
So, it's all four of you, Sophia, Alexis. You have the individual who introduced himself in full Nubian that no one understood except for Ajala. You have Rune. You have Lucius. And I believe that completes the circle, and you don't know if Kothar is standing near you or not.
Were Mara there as well, did she leave?
Yeah, actually, now that you mention it, yes, Mara was also there. A lot of people, a lot of names to keep track of.
Yeah. And there's still music going on?
There is a light bit of music. It's sort of this low, rumbling African drum beat. It's not very excited. It's not very loud or anything like that. But it does give the room a little bit of an atmosphere. And also, of course, there are still wisps of black smoke that just sort of lazily trail around the room from time to time. Lucius kind of looks around at everyone. Well, it was a pleasure. And he turns towards you, Cassandra. Not the sister, but your party member, Cassandra, because we have to clarify. It was a pleasure dancing with you. I think I am also going to head for refreshments. And Lucius immediately breaks for the opposite side of the room. You notice that Ezekiel actually headed towards the door that Ajala recently knocked on.
I sort of lean in closer to Rune and I sort of whisper in his ears, those two don't like each other very much.
Would Rune say anything back?
Rune just sort of looks at the two of them and just sort of shrugs and guess so.
Mara, at this point, sort of looks at all of you and says, well, it was nice having us all together again. I mean, well, when I say again, I mean, it's nice seeing all of you with other people who aren't me in my library. So, yeah. And Alexis kind of pipes up and says, so they raid your library quite often as well. Good to know.
We like to read.
Very astute readers. Although I admit, it has been some time since you saw the dog Lucius, just to clarify. And he misses you all terribly.
Oh, I have to come by then soon and give him a bone or two.
I find he's been rather more entertained by cartilage lately. It's quite interesting.
Spine, perhaps?
That could perhaps work, yes. I'll have to source one. See how he likes it. In the meantime, though, Cassandra, if you don't mind, and he holds his hand out for a dance.
She'll take it gladly.
Sure. Go ahead and make me a Ooh.
She's leading though. I just need to make this clear.
Oh, absolutely.
Whatever the hand
I
division.
figured as much. Let's see here. You know what? For the beginning of this, I'm gonna have you do leadership performance. Oh no, I can't do that. No. Can't do a double skill. What do I want to do? All right. Charisma performance.
I was scared. Okay.
3 successes. The two of them go off and begin to dance away to the rhythm of the drums. Quite well, in fact. Almost practiced looking. To that moment, your Egyptian fellow, who none of you really know the name of, because, of course, he introduced himself a Nubian, sort of pipes up and says, well, Rune, it was great talking with you, but I think I'm more interested in you. And he points over towards Cecilia. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Well, I am lovely. She says a smile and winks a little. No, it has been a wonderful night. Everything is just, well, magical tonight. How about you?
Yes, everything indeed has been very magical. I can't say I've had the pleasure of seeing your Kotori, if I am getting the vibes correct.
Yes.
Before. Then again, this is only my second time in Jerusalem. I apologize. What are my manners? You may call me Fatim Marius.
And I'm Cecilia of Montfort.
Cecilia of Montfort. Montfort. I know that name, that last name in particular. Fort of Montfort. I believe is how you say it.
Yes,
sorry,
exactly.
my French is very poor.
No, that is completely right.
Yeah,
you
so
probably
you-
heard about my cousins, so I haven't seen them in a long while.
And here I was about to ask, you own a great portion of, what is that, this area? Just along the mountainside across from Damascus.
Yes. And that is my cousins that have that.
Very well, very well. Very good to know. Very good to know. But yes, I am. I'm not very used to being this far north. I am usually from the Fatimid Caliph, much further south, closer to Nubia. And he points towards Ajala as he says it. As I was mentioning to the prince earlier,
I
very
understand.
particular that you travel with him as well.
Jala's attention perks up just for half a second when
What
he
did you
mentions
call him,
Prince.
by the way?
I apologize.
Did you call him Prince?
Yes, Prince Ajala Masuvius. Prince Ajala Masuvius. Well, the third, to be exact. Otherwise known as the
Nobody-
Blood Prince of the Nile.
Yes, I have. I guess he tries to keep it a bit in the low. He doesn't go by any of those titles down here, up here.
Oh, interesting. Maybe that explains why you've sort of, and he looks towards you, Ajala, been off the radar for, 30-something years.
Jala just sort of breaks away from. He was probably having a bit of a more on the down low conversation with Rune up to this point, and sort of breaks away from it and like, yeah, I've been trying to ever since my change, I felt like it was more of a prudent move to leave my old life behind.
Interesting. So we have the Blood Prince of the Nile. We have Cecilia of Montfort. We have... I don't actually fully know the individual within your group who currently dances with Alexis, but I do know that she is the former blood thrall of Artemis. And I believe you all had one other member, but I did not really catch a good glance. I was in the middle of a conversation with Rune, and he points over towards him.
And Shimeg is not here with us, right? She's away.
I believe Chimag is
I think she
approaching
joined them.
and may have just joined the conversation, yeah.
All right. Well, the last member is, and then she points over to Chimeg.
Pleasure to make your meeting.
Nice to meet you.
Your name is Chimag. Do you have any... I mean, you have such a titled group. Are you also a member of, perhaps, royalty or vampiric persuasion?
Just Jimmy.
She maybe is the only one successful enough to keep a low profile.
Perhaps. Well, if any of you find yourself south of Cairo, maybe about 20 miles south of it, you're free to come by, have drinks, and take a look at my town. But I take it you guys don't make it that far south often.
Not often, but the life of, in the night like this is long, so maybe I will have a travel or two down there.
Hopefully I will retain my territory for you to be able to travel to it.
I hope so too. And for the DM, can you spell out his name?
Oh boy. 1 second.
Also mine, because I sort of heard as much
Also
as I
yours?
said in general, but
Hold on, 1 second. General... Mersuvius, Ajala Mersuvius the third. Mersuvius the third.
it was
And then I'll
close,
put
but
the blood
not that close.
Prince
One letter
of
off.
the Nile. There you go.
That's the title.
Jala's having a lot more questions right now than he has answers. But he doesn't want them to show.
Second. Scroll on the notes.
That's one of the things. Jala's face is probably showing that he's really confused as he's trying to hide it. Because I'm not great at that.
Cecilia also tries to hide her confusion, but she might be slightly better at it.
I will pop you his name spelling later, because all I have next to him is Egyptian dude. Come up with name on spot. That's literally the note I have.
You just
Alright.
did.
I will just mark him as Egyptian dude, name incoming.
Yeah, there you go.
Alright. I will accept this as I can always refer to him as Egyptian dude until that point.
I will accept this. Every time, for the audience, every time you hear the words Egyptian dude, just replace that with his name.
Alright.
Alright.
Do you own a large territory, Egyptian dude?
No, I am. I own a rather small territory, just a small town, not too far south of Cairo. But I do play a little bit of the regional politics of Cairo itself, seeing as it's been quite interesting this last few years, ever since Saladin and his brother have arrived.
Well, is there any conflicts about the territory, or do you think that you will have easy time to keep it?
I would gladly say that the conflict here in Jerusalem is but a pittance of a conflict compared to the ones within Cairo and Alexandria. I admit the whole Christian-Muslim debacle with the Jews and Armenians and others, sort of intermixed, is quite the entertaining thing to watch, especially that spat during or near Karak. But that is nothing compared to what goes on the waste of the Sahara deserts in our playground, as one might say.
So this is vacation for you then, this conflict?
This is a relaxing vacation of bloody spectacle, in which I have no political stake, so I'm very proud to be here and very happy to be here. I don't have any of my shit dying around me, so we're good.
That is good. Well, we will see if this escalates and becomes more bloody on the streets of Jerusalem. Most of the conflict is, well, conducted outside.
Yes, I've sort of noticed that I've been in town for 3 days at the most. 2 days at the most. Sorry, I can't count being outside the walls. But yeah, I've noticed not very much violence in between the Muslim and Christian faction when you meet each other in the streets. I mean, I've seen you guys run into each other a few times, and it's just been like pleasant conversation. Which is very civilized, very nice. I respect it. I like it. It's not as entertaining as duels at high midnight, as it were, that we have back home. But, it's very interesting. Yes.
Ajala's just having a flashback, and you can sort of see in his eyes like the raid on Habiba's room during the daytime.
It's very nice that you all keep your city streets clear of power clear, I should say.
Yes, well, we will see if it stays like that or if this is just a calm before the storm.
That's only, of course, when we're not having scuffles with werewolves.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
also
There are a few clans in town. I've seen very, very faint traces of perhaps the Wicked Sisters. I am not sure if I caught another one in town. It seems like maybe 3 are in town, but I'm not entirely sure. I'm no expert on the, werewolf side of things. But I know the Wicked Sisters very well.
Also,
A positive or a negative note?
It depends on, how you want to see it. They are a yearly pest control sort of thing. Every year you have to get together a band of very hopeful shovelheads and send them out to go drive off their encampment off your lands. It's a thing. Usually happens somewhere around June.
Do you know how large that clan is?
Massive, if I can remember correctly. They are not centralized like many of the other clans. Many of the other clans, they have their pack, they stick with their pack, that they do things with the pack, period. The Wicked Sisters, they are small packs here and there, 3, 4 there, 3, 4 there, 3, 4 there, and then they converge sometimes for great meetings, but that's... yeah.
You know what
actually
their goal is?
Yeah, so... Sorry, Cecilia?
2 different questions.
Start with you, Adiala. I have had so many.
I'm about to say, it's good to hear that they're not too necessarily friendly with one another, because that would mean they wouldn't miss a few of them.
The Wicked Sister missed another Wicked Sister. I highly doubt it. I mean, hell, they half the time they're killing each other more than bothering us, so...
We
see.
really, really should. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the next hunt in that particular case.
Do you know what the Wicked Sisters' goal is, if they have any overarching goal?
From what little I can get about their goals, something to do with the Dead Sea and then Mother Matron or Mother Shaman or some shit.
I see.
Also, I believe there's a mention of wraiths once, but I have no way of confirming that.
A wraith?
Wraiths, plural.
Hmm.
They are part of the Wicked Sisters.
I'm not sure. You'd have to interrogate them, as it were, to get to the information. Or if you perhaps have any truth speakers among you, or members of the Cappadocian family, or really anyone who deals with the necromantic, sort of thing, and can communicate with wraiths, you could always go to the Dead Sea.
What's at the Dead Sea?
From what I am told, many wraiths.
Why?
Why?
Why is it a lot of wraiths there?
Oh, well, if you are to believe the stories back a long, long time ago, before Jerusalem was ever, a large city, back when it was, the tribes fighting over a hill. Somewhere along there, a massive sacrifice happened in the Dead Sea, and that's why the Dead Sea is the Dead Sea. Something like that.
I guess these wraiths are fairly unfriendly if you go there.
I've never myself been, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. If you speak with Karim al-Salem, and I will type that name out.
Is he here in the party?
Yes, he's right over there, and he points to a individual who's sort of short, stocky, Sicilian descent. So he's got Southern Sicilian descent. So he's got like that Muslim European interbreeded mixed look. Very, very oily, short, curly black hair. And is currently wearing the raggediest looking toga you have ever seen. He says, if you speak with Karim has been to the Dead Sea a few times, and he is a Cappadocian, so perhaps he will be able to fill you in on a few things.
All right, I will remember that. If I get the chance during the night, I will maybe ask a question or two. As I also
does he
read
have-
live. Sorry.
No, I just want to ask, Kareem, does he have any religious symbols? Like, is it clear what faction he is?
Go ahead and make me a perception theology. Okay, my computer had a little stutter. Did you manage to hear what I said? Yeah, great, fantastic, awesome. 2 successes.
Eye for detail.
Eye for detail. I'll give it to you. He is where? Hold on. Actually, I have to make a clarification on this because I don't want to screw up when it comes to this. It's religion. People get offended.
I mean, so we don't kill the wrong person.
Yes. There's different colors and different schemes and different ones to this one. And I don't want to call them one thing and then get it completely. Yes, it's in that school. But I believe it's copper, right?
While the DM is searching, this video on this stream is sponsored by the Painted Lady, the best inn in Jerusalem in the 12th century. Please enjoy your stays there. And fill our pockets as you do.
Okay, actually, what he is going to have on him, interestingly enough, is a necklace with a small silver hand with 5 fingers.
Like 5 fingers and no thumb, or...
Oh, no, 5 fingers and a thumb.
Like,
Okay. 5 and a thumb. So 6 total.
Including the thumb is 5.
Oh, okay, including the thumb is 5, sorry. I'm trolling you. Like a hand of
So,
I'm
what is...
trying to connect that myself. Is that Hinduism?
No, it's not. Would you... Okay, so you got 2 successes, eye for details. So you notice this. I am going to need intelligence theology in order for you to know what religion it is.
Well, I'm instantly thinking the Hand of Fatma, but... Could be
Thinking
something
about
else.
I feel like I know what it is, but I can't connect what religion is it.
I can guess if you roll well, and then you can see if I'm right or not.
Intelligence, theology. Oh, well, not too bad for
successes.
me.
2 successes, okay. I am going to give her this, so why don't you tell me what you think it is?
Right. I think I'm not 100% how it's connected, but I think it's Jewish, and that the Hamza hand or something like that.
You are correct.
Yes. I don't know what it means though within the religion, if there's some branch or if it's just a symbol. I don't know.
Oh, I have no idea what it means either. I just needed to look up that specific symbol because I remembered it involved a hand, but I needed to make sure. So, you would see that around his neck, and currently he looks to be sort of like bored and just like swaying back and forth while holding a chalice and looking at all the people around him and not talking to anyone. But yes, if you talked with him, I'm sure he can give you all the information you want to know about the Dead Sea.
Perfect. What is your expertise then? What you like to talk
Well,
about?
and he sort of motions towards his garb, which, to remind you, is sort of a Egyptian priesthood-style garb, which has symbology of the Temple of Bastet upon it. Says, I am a big follower of Bastet, and we have our own little temple out where I am, and we have a good following of about 40 people. It's quite interesting. You should come by and perhaps see a sermon. We're very cat friendly.
That is perfect. Well, that sounds very interesting. How does a sermon normally look there? Is there any violence involved, or is it very calm?
It's usually calm, but occasionally, on very, very, very special occasions, there tends to be sometimes a little bit of violence, but not too much. Fun stuff. Lots of small rituals as well.
Well, that sounds intriguing. So Kaido then. Yes. I have to go there once. At some point. Maybe after this conflict, I can make a trip southern.
If I'm guessing, this conflict will be over just around fall, so yeah, I would suggest coming then. Because if you come in the summer, never come to Cairo in the summer. It is the worst experience ever. It's just hot, it's very and you get sweaty, it's not fun.
Alright. I will make a mental note of that. Well, I think this actually, Rustam, is very hot. I'm normally from even further north, so...
Yes, I can see the issues. In the city of Jerusalem, yeah, it seems like it could get very hot. I mean, especially with some of the ways that the streets are designed. I don't know why they are very into this thin street design thing, and then your alleyways are very dark and not very well lit, which is, It helps in some aspects of things, but in other aspects of things, it's sort of... No offense.
None taken. Maybe some of the older K-Knights here would take more offense if they were here designing it, but
Yeah, perhaps.
I'm fairly new here.
Perhaps. Also, let's see. If you do come, it doesn't really matter if you come during the summer or during the winter. Make sure to bring quite a bit of warm clothing for the nights. We have had a few K-Knights who are not entirely acclimated to the weather during the nights freeze into torpor, so you should be warned about that.
That is surprising. Hint freezing into torpor.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, now I'm intrigued to travel down there to see what that is all about.
I take it you have not heard of many of our kind freezing into torpor.
Well, I have heard maybe something, but then I was more thinking about even further up to the north where winter is constant, as I've heard it.
Yes. This would make sense. Geographically, yes, it would make sense. But surprisingly, even though it gets hot as balls here, it also gets very, 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 very cold on some nights. So there is a chance that without the proper precautions, one can freeze.
I will make sure to pack a coat then, I guess.
A good fur blanket might do the job. So that way you don't have to pack a coat, but yeah. Or camel skin. Camel skin works great.
Or maybe I just have to find some company to keep me warm during the night.
That works as well. But what is it that all of you are into? What is it that what do you thrive in here in the city? Are you merchants? Are you religious individuals? Are you warriors? What is it?
Well, I'm into medicine and study of the human anatomy.
Fancy word that I am not entirely familiar with.
Like how bones and flesh and how you treat wounds and so on.
Sure. Like a bone doctor, yes.
Yes. That is the title I would want to have. I don't think any of my coaches would name me doctor though, but I try to patch some up.
Then again, let's be honest, as in at one point a werewolf clawed me from shoulder bone to hip in stick and she sort of stick me back together, so she is capable of doing, well, quite some of the necessary work not to fall apart, quite literally.
Very interesting. I see that, well, I can't exactly see underneath the clothing, but I assume that you healed normally over time?
Healed well over time. It took a bit, but yeah, things are fine now.
That's good. And you yourself, are you also within the medical profession, or?
Ooh. More the opposite.
So you create the injuries. I see. The warrior type, huh? Probably. Your friend Cassandra, I think, was the name, on the dance floor. Is she also a warrior type?
I would say that she probably falls within the merchant or relations, maybe. She's
Relations.
good with alliances and things like that.
With people good with numbers.
And good with numbers. That's why probably in the merchant category.
Very well. And you? I do not know if I should call you ma'am, madam, your ladyship, any of that stuff. Miss Chimeg?
Yeah, that's fine. I suppose I'm also more of the warrior type.
Interesting. It makes sense, yes. You give off a bit of a more gruff exterior.
I'm also pretty good with animals. Train some horses.
Interesting indeed. So the animal tamer, the doctor, the warrior, and the merchant. Good to know. Very interesting professions indeed. Do you all have a establishment that you regular, or do you all have your own separate territories?
We share a large territory here in Jerusalem,
Mm.
and well, our living accommodations are a bit different, I guess, depending on day and depending on how much conflict it is where we are, I guess.
Well, that makes sense. That makes sense indeed.
But you can normally find us close to an inn called the Painted Lady.
Painted Lady is what language is the sign written in?
It's written in, and you have to correct me, I think it's Egyptian, right?
You are correct. Yeah.
Yeah, Egyptian.
Okay, I'll keep an eye out for it. You know, some signs are written in Jewish, some signs are written in Egyptian, other signs are written in French. It's very interesting.
But just to confirm with the DM, Egyptian is the normal language people speak here, right?
Yes.
So that would make sense. The sign is written in that.
Yeah, Egyptian is so far the norm. It hasn't changed over to French or Jewish just yet.
Yeah.
It's also, since Fatma is like the former owner before we sort of stole it from him.
Yeah. So it makes sense. Yeah. So she has Egyptian. So yeah. And I give him an approximate what street it is if he ever will come by. So yeah, slightly easier to find it. But I don't know what the street name is.
I don't know what the street name either is in real Jerusalem, so.
Yeah. So I say that street, so he has easy time to find it.
I'll look around for the sign.
Egyptian dude.
Yes. Very well. Well, if you'll excuse me, I do have a conversation that I desperately do need to go to due to some business things that are going on in my homeland, so it was lovely meeting all three of you. And I hope your friend has a wonderful dance with the Seneschal, yes, of Jerusalem. Also, Rune. Bye. He walks off. Meanwhile, on the dance floor with Alexis. Waiting for the mute to go away. There we go.
Yep.
All right. Well, you've made it to the party. I've made it to the party. So, good things indeed. Any plans for the evening?
Meet new faces. Make sure they don't forget me. Maybe teach a few folks a new game or two. Liven things up a bit. Make contacts, have fun. Still more than a couple of dances. We'll see. And you?
Well, I was going to simply hang around, listen to people's conversations, spy on them, do my usual shit, and then eventually, you know, maybe do some naughty shit here or there. But I hear that there's a guy around here who's talking about Spanish bulls. Suddenly I'm interested, because I ate a Spanish bull tamer not too long ago, and I gotta admit, I now have an appetite.
Oh. Would you make it last longer than last time?
Ooh,
You have to make it last. Have to savor it.
that is a very hard ask. It was a long time.
You need to improve on your stamina.
That's what she said.
Speaking of that's what she said, there's something that was in a certain pocket that I think you should be having on your person throughout tonight.
Out of all the items that were in pockets, I do not remember that any that I should have on my person.
In your person, then.
I see what you mean now, yes.
While you dance with other people, nobody will be any the wiser. See if you squirm.
It could work.
Anybody I should try and get some juicy goss from?
Ooh, seeing as I just got here, I was going to say Ezekiel would be the best, but then again, I thought, no, Ezekiel's not the best. Maybe Kothar. You guys have been wanting to talk to him for ages. I mean, at least from what I gathered. Then again, everyone's wanted to talk to Kothar for ages. He hasn't really been around a lot, so...
I'm sure we'll track him down at some point in the evening. How come you're not wearing what Lagwa gave you?
There was an accident all the way here.
Oh?
Oh.
Oh?
Oh, a building accident. A few things happened.
Anything to be concerned about?
The assailant is very dead. I think we have nothing to be concerned about.
You don't think there'll be any more?
No, this one was, interesting, but very dead. Also, no, okay. No, I see what we're thinking here. No, it was none of your... God, I can't even remember the name that you called them. It was not 3 people in white or black cloaks who came out of the darkness and attacked me. None of that. There was no assassin's shit or any of that. It was just, you know, nice little spat between old friends that ended very poorly for one friend.
Well, sorted it out and scattered their ashes in one night. That's a way to start a party, I guess.
I don't think there's any scattering that is necessary. He scattered quite well himself. Tends to happen when you land directly on top of a brazier.
Impressive.
Impressive indeed. But either way, other than that little kerfuffle, which, yes, it damaged the garb that I was going to wear for the event, no other major setbacks, nothing like that, that I can think of.
Good to know.
Speaking, though, of your 3 friends, they are definitely, though, very much coming this way. Last I saw. I don't know if they're actually going to come here. I just know that they're in the region.
I can see. Well, I'll rejoin them. But certain lovely Duke was saying how you were talking about this new friend of yours. Me. Just another new little friend.
Duke was this?
Scrolling through my notes because I don't remember his first name. Duke I had a dance with. I can't remember. Cassandra would remember. I'm
Lucius.
scrolling.
Yeah, his name is Lucius.
Thank you.
Yes. You know, it was actually very interesting seeing Lucius very much alive, funnily enough. Your friends have made you aware of that whole circumstance, yes?
Not until tonight.
Why do I get this vibe that is always, every time there's information that you should know, you don't know, and then stuff happens, and then you're, oh, what's going on?
Hit the ground running, as always.
Yeah, as always. Ooh. It looks like their Egyptian friend is leaving the group. Mayhaps we should rejoin them and see what they're up to, because I have a feeling that interesting conversations will be abound with your group, and as much as I would like to, don't get me wrong, blend in, do some dancing, listen to people's conversations here and there, I think the conversations that you 4 are going to have are going to be more interesting as to what I can get my fingers into. So,
She leads the way.
The two of them rejoin the group. Sophia kind of looks over at you, Cecilia, and says, "We'll talk later." And she skedaddles over to one of the tables.
I give her a nod, I guess, and mouth. Okay. Yes, she does instead.
Fantastic. The doors to the room open, and in steps Bartholomew, who, the best way to put it is, he is in a French dress shirt. He is in a very, 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 very tight set of pantaloons, which have a nice trim to them. He has an ornamental blade on his hip, or on his belt, and he has some decent looking shoes. But other than that, he just looks kind of out of place as he steps in and awkwardly begins to shift his way into the crowd.
Do I see Ezekiel somewhere?
Ezekiel is currently om-nom-nomming on the present that he got out of the Ajala door.
Alright. Well, I guess if they don't see each other soon, I guess I might help. But otherwise, I will. I don't know. I guess I would wave to Bartholomew or something if he looks our way. Like
Yeah,
a friendly hi, more than not come here, more like hi.
Mm-hmm.
And then continue talking.
Awkwardly waves back and adjusts himself a bit, and then makes his way further into the crowd, and is immediately interrupted by Mafazzo, who appears before him in Mafazzo's usually way, and they exchange a couple words before. You think Mafazzo's gonna leave, but then Bart says something, and Mafazzo like turns immediately back towards Bart and grabs Bart by the shoulder, and the two of them start walking over to one of the drinking tables and are talking very ferociously at the moment.
What's the lovely dance? She says, looking at the two that came.
The dance was lovely, I think is what you meant to say, but yes.
My toes are intact. Couldn't have been that bad.
Mine are not. They are horribly destroyed. No, I'm kidding.
Try harder next time.
Either way, though, you four are up to what?
Just finished a conversation with the Egyptian dude that told us about, well, Bastet and other things.
I've got to say that I love that man's name.
It is definitely
An
peculiar.
Egyptian guy rolls off the tongue.
Absolutely, it does. Absolutely, it does. Although, besides the fact that he is what did you talk about with the Bastet?
Oh, he seems to have, he's some form of Egyptian priest or something. And like, they have some form of following to Bastet there. They do ceremonies and stuff.
He clearly knows more about my past than I do.
How so?
That is also seems to be true, yes.
How does he know more about your past than you know about your own?
As in, he called me Prince Jala.
Ah, Ajala Marsuvius III, Blood Prince of the Nile. Yes.
Exactly.
You're just figuring that out.
More or less.
Alexis leans over to Cassandra. He's a total idiot.
I think
Must
Adiala,
he be nice?
not reacting to what Alexis said, but she would react to what the conversation said. Well, I guess Adiala is a bit busy stabbing people at some point.
It was very easy to find out what your name was.
It's
all
easy
you
to
have to
find
do
out what
is-
your name is.
Yes, it's very easy to find out what your name is. It's quite easy. All you have to do is send a letter back home.
That would have been great if I knew where home exactly was, but now I do.
Anywhere within the general area of Nubia. I mean, honestly. It's what I did. I sent my letter over to a friend who works at one of the libraries down south. He was like, oh, yeah, I know that dude. Yada yada yada.
Huh.
You should work on your contacts more.
Maybe. Also, I haven't been searching for a bit.
Well, see, there's the problem number one.
Seems like you've been kind of busy sending letters about us.
Yes, I have. I apologize to say I did do background checks on friends.
I have to say, though, you do have a point that it's interesting to have more knowledge on who we are, especially if other people are going to blindside us with it.
There you go. I mean, after all... Go ahead.
You could, play along, call them on their bluff, just smile, nod, ask some questions back, act like you know when you don't. And then, over drinks, get some questions out of them to learn more about your past without seeming like you actually don't know.
See?
Have you ever played card games?
This is what I'm talking about.
Card games.
It's the whole reason why I just nodded and tried to be like, yeah, I'm not great at it.
Well, not everyone
Because
can be good at
plenty of
politics.
practice.
During all of this, you do see Rune make a few eyebrows. As he's still hanging around. I'd like to imagine that Rune and Ajala had a bit of a talk while Cecilia was talking to Egyptian dude, since we lacked the name.
Mm-hmm.
The Egyptian surfer man.
Wait a minute now. I did not say surfer man.
No, but you did call him dude.
That is true. That's true.
But I don't feel like role playing every bit of Ajala/Rune interaction. So
Sure, absolutely. What are the highlights of your conversation?
Probably nothing particular. There would be laughing, however, if it goes to any subject, the likes of pulling pranks on people, which
I
probably
imagine
is
the
a
bad nun
subject
would
that
come
they
in.
have in common slightly.
Yeah.
But the thing is that I do think that currently it would stand out when there's this talk of not exactly knowing who you are, that something's of recognition is going through his face, as he's trying to figure out why that is a connection to him as well.
Well, which all I'm saying is, if you need any lessons, I'm here. Just talk to me. I promise I won't eat the next guy we have a conversation next to. And he looks towards Rune.
What? Eating who?
Nothing at all. I didn't actually fully catch your name. I know that you are Rune. I don't have your last name. I myself am Alexis Samokata. I am the sheriff of the Jewish community here in Jerusalem. You are?
Rune Lethin.
Lethin.
The original name's Welsh, but I'm from way farther up north originally.
Judging by the accent, the Isles. Yorktown doesn't usually come this far south. Unless, of course, there's a crusade going on, and as I last paid attention, did you come with the crusades?
No, sort of came with a, and he looks over at around in the room if he can spot the other guy somewhere. I forget his name right now. And he's like, no, I came with a total knob. He's somewhere around here, but...
You wouldn't happen to be talking about Demetrius or something along those lines?
Exactly, that's the twat.
Well, last I saw him, he was chasing a woman down a dark alleyway.
Right, that does sound like him, alright. Yeah. Figured as much. Could have guessed.
Hello, EOS. Alright.
Well, I
Cecilia-
guess you're stuck with me now. I'm gonna sort of look at the rest of the group.
I guess we are. And Cecilia will look around a bit, look if she sees Kotar.
Would you like to? Yeah, go ahead and make me perception awareness difficulty 7.
Yeah, I thought as much. This would probably not be
Difficulty
super
7.
easy. Nope.
You have no idea where Kothar is.
Has anyone seen Kotar?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
I'll
standing
respond.
over there. And he points, Alexis points over towards the 2 wooden tables with chalices next to the door where you get the fun snacks.
Ah,
Jala was also about to speak up, and then he sort of notices that Alexis is pointing and nods like, oh yeah, right over there.
When you guys look over in that direction, nothing is there.
Wait, I thought that Jala saw him pull the body away
Jala
from the
did
woman.
temporarily see him pop out of obfuscation to pull the body off, but then he went back into obfuscation.
I
Roll a check to see if that I can see him now.
No?
Sure. You may make me the same roll. I'll give it to you at difficulty 6. You know he's invisible. You know generally which direction he went, and you've just had his direction pointed out again.
Does all specs come into play?
Yeah, absolutely, it does.
What role was it? Could I also?
Sure.
Wow.
Name.
One.
Perception.
Once again.
Wow. Okay.
That
So
is
it's
a
gonna be
horrible
perception
roll.
awareness, difficulty 7. If you haven't seen Kothar at the party yet.
Was it perception alertness? Or
Awareness.
Sorry. Awareness.
She-Meg,
Oh. 2 10s in there.
yeah, you look over in the direction that Alexis points, and yeah, you would see an individual sort of lanky and short, not even lanky and tall, wearing this very wool-heavy clothing that has a number of different patterns that are over it that have sort of all blended into one another over the years from not taking care of the clothing whatsoever. Patchwork in sort of this fancy straight-up hat that he has. Very gnarled black bat-like ears that looks to have chunks missing out of the both of them in small places, but not like huge chunks, like small chunks from what would appear to be like rat bites. Very pale, sort of gnarled with age skin. Looks like they are of maybe Turkish descent, maybe, and that's a wild guess. And their right arm is shorter than their left arm, and they have very, very, very long fingernails. Like those ridiculous fingernails that you sometimes see women have, but sharp. And he's currently om-nom-nomming on a dead body.
Hmm.
So you don't see the dead body either.
No.
They're looking into that direction where there's nothing, and I say, do you know if he will come out to speak to people at some point?
Kothar is not a very big speaker, except for when he's angry.
Yes, you.
Do you have to basically disturb him in whatever he's doing?
That generally works, yeah. Do we all want to? I'm guessing we want to talk to Kothar. Let me just get his attention. Alexis goes into his pocket and pulls out a small sapphire, and he chucks it across the room. And for those of you who can see Kothar, you would see it sail over and pop him in the back of the head. Maybe like 10 seconds afterwards, the body drops and becomes visible to everyone looking in that direction. And Kothar slowly turns in your direction. Something that you would notice is, again, he has that Freddy Krueger-like skin, where it's got the deep pock marks, the showing of muscle, the severely burned in some portions but has healed over and new skin is like tried to reform face. And also he's sort of on the left-hand side of his face, he's got sort of that stretchy bit of muscle that's been cut into several times. Either it melted away during a fire or someone literally stabbed him in the mouth several times at one point. And you can see inside of his mouth. And you can see this dark bluish black tongue like flapping around as he turns around towards all of you. And Kothar pops into existence for everyone who did not visually notice him before. Picks the sapphire
Is there like
up.
any difference for if you saw him before? Is it like any differentiating between when he has obfuscate up and no? Can you see that?
There is a slight difference. Very, very, very slight difference. I would need a perception empathy. Or not perception empathy. Also, I just pressed the wrong on. I have to get my roll 20 back up because it just borked itself.
I just want to say that I think normally it doesn't look different because there's nothing affecting it.
Right.
It's only affecting your brain.
That is true.
It's not like he has an invisible cloak or anything. It's more that he literally is erased from our minds when we look into his direction.
But for a Jala, there's a chance that something looks slightly different compared to when he saw him last time.
Yes.
Red eyes are missing so far.
So
I saw
Jala, if
him,
you
his
want
eyes
to...
were red, I believe.
Yes, he did have red eyes when you saw him initially pop out. He does not have red eyes at the moment. Instead, they are a deep hazel brown. Oddly enough. But Kothar picks up the sapphire and makes his way over towards you. I'm not doing the Kothar voice either, unfortunately, to Shannon's Bane, because it sounds very much like Mufazzo's voice. And we're not doing either of those voices because I don't want to kill my throat. So, in a very nasally voice, you would hear Kothar speak to you. Is there something I can help you with?
Well, I have always been interested.
I wasn't
about the
talking to you. I was talking to Alexis. Is there something I can... And Alexis immediately goes, "What? I simply got your attention so that these lovely individuals, these new individuals to the city who you have not had the pleasure of meeting, could speak with you." And Kothar sort of takes a quick glance to the left and right of Alexis and scans over you very briefly. And in sort of a creepy way, because his eyes sort of linger, even with a Jala, in your mid-chest to pelvic regions. And you notice that as he's scanning over the four of you, his fingers are just twitching the whole time. Yes. What is it? Hi.
Hi. She regains her composure after looking not pleased with what their interaction was, but then she smiles. I was always wondering about the Dine Gate, if you can tell us a little about that area.
What would you like to know?
Well, what is in the middle of all that?
Well, if you were to believe the rumors, very special body, very special sarcophagus, and a very, 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 very special artifact. But a lot of people don't believe in those rumors. But I myself am investigating.
So how does one go about not getting lost there? I've heard that you are very good at traveling those areas.
Well, first you need a navigator. Once you find a navigator, you learn from that navigator. They'll teach you the tips, the tricks, how to go about it without getting yourself killed. And if you do get yourself in there and you do get lost, pray to God you have food.
Have you gotten lost there before?
Several times. How do you think I got these scars?
I see.
I assume you had food then.
No. I was young, I was stupid, I didn't know that you were supposed to bring food.
But you survived.
Yes.
Or not
yes.
in lying in torpor.
Correct. The whites are very aggressive, but also very tasty, if you're hungry.
Whites.
I take it we aren't educated in this particular circumstance of what happens when one enters the labyrinth of any state in any major city, yes?
No, please enlighten us.
Right, there are 4 major labyrinths within the world that we currently know of. Each of them is very, very, very dangerous to travel, as you can easily get lost. Many of them are built over extremely ancient cities that hold lots of treasure. That's usually why vampires go down there, to find ancient treasures, or perhaps Methuselahs, who may or may not be buried below. Or there's even one theory that Cain is in one of them, but, I can't exactly believe that one. Let's see, other than that, our kind who get lost down there, unlike the usual thing of just getting extremely hungry and going into torpor, we don't go into torpor in labyrinths. No, we stay awake, we stay very much aware, and we slowly lose our minds. And eventually we become known as what is a white.
Huh.
You know where all the 4 labyrinths are in the world?
There's one here, as I'm sure you all guessed.
Yes.
One in London. One in Saxony. And I do believe the last one is somewhere in India.
If you have learned to traverse one labyrinth, can you traverse them all?
No, each labyrinth is special. Has its own tips, has its own tricks, has its own spaces.
So, is there possibility to hire you as a navigator to take me on a trip there?
At a measly price of a blood tax of 5? Sure.
That would be very interesting. What have you found anything in there except whites?
Whites are natural. What else you find in there is totally dependent on the past of the city. So, I have found a number of things. The ancient ruins of many a siege, the many dead bodies of thousands of individuals, some of them still well preserved. I've also found ancient weapons, ancient armors, ancient religious toys, one should say. Many things that would be considered treasures to others. And signs that there is something deeper.
How long have you been searching?
What year is it?
Cecilia answers
Oh,
right away.
30.
I have to check it up. 11:36.
No.
$327 years.
It is conflicting about which grave is in the middle of this labyrinth. What are the chances that both graves are there?
That would be interesting. Tell me, are the popular rumors that I'm looking for Witchgrave right now?
But I have to check my notes.
I think what we've heard is either Jesus or Muhammad.
Jesus is definitely not buried down there. Muhammad? No, also not buried down there. No. I'm pretty
How
sure
are you so sure?
Muhammad is down there. You can hear him from time to time, spouting off religious bullshit. He's always close to a source of water. But he's not buried. I've never seen him, though.
How do you know Jesus' grave is not there?
Anyone with half a brain knows that he's buried under Bethlehem.
I guess there are many people then that don't have that kind of capacity, as I think that is one of the believed rumors.
Sad. Although you won't find much when you do find his grave, just a box of ashes.
So who do you think lies here then?
That is the question. Who lies here? In all honesty, I don't know. I know they're powerful. And I know they're partially still awake. Again, things you notice over 300 years. Small details, whispers. Actions of certain people of weak mind.
Out of sheer other curiosity, it's when people like us enter the general vicinity that this labyrinth happens. But when mortals walk in there, they don't
Nothing at
notice
all.
anything?
They don't notice the labyrinth. Mortals do, from time to time, slip into the labyrinth. And let me tell you, they are fun to chase around down there. But, yes, for the most part, mortals themselves have no easy way of accessing it. Usually if a mortal does find their way down there, there's something special about their lineage. Some ancestry of some sort along the line, crossed paths with either a werewolf, a fae, something along those lines. Very, very, very occasionally, you'll run into a mortal who has an extremely powerful wraith family member that also can find their way into a labyrinth.
Why don't you just throw in a few humans, see what's happened? They might find something. If they're not afflicted by it.
I've already tried that before. It leads to some interesting results. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was entertaining throwing 30 humans in there, but it's not so entertaining when all they do is end up murder fucking each other.
Thought you said they weren't influenced.
What, humans aren't influenced by what's down there? Oh, absolutely they are. The deeper they go, the more influenced.
The thing is, they need to get in there first, and they don't seem to transition into there as
Not
naturally as we do.
normally, no. You could literally drag one right through an entranceway and nothing.
You keep saying down there. Does it lead into the underground or something? Or is it more a figure of speech?
No and yes. So yes, no, yes is the answer I can give you.
Confusing.
Imagine, if you will, you're walking along a road with a human. That human is walking on your left. You are walking on that human's right. Suddenly, one slips, oh no, into a small pocket that leads into the labyrinth. You're still walking next to the human, but the human is below you. So is the night sky. But the night sky is also above you.
Like a mirror of our own reality?
Yes,
To the
that is
surf-
the first levels of the labyrinth. Good to know someone's paying attention. Upon entering some of the old buildings that you'll find down there, because for the most part, first levels of the labyrinth, it looks like a, however one would say copy pasta in this time frame. He says the equivalent of copy pasta. I'm not going to think of that word.
About to sort of suggest like the upside down from Stranger Things.
It is, basically. Sort of a mirror, yes, a copy, if you would like, of our reality. But there are differences, slight differences at first, then it gets major. Different buildings, different streets, different materials. Cats not wanting to pay attention to you, even though you're calling for them. It depends. Once you get deeper, no longer is the ground and sky and people below you. Simply, you are back on solid ground. The sky is still above you. But things have changed again. The architecture changes suddenly, rapidly, and weirdly. You find fun things down there. Things that I've never seen before. Things that I've never tasted before. Things that I've never felt before. Carriages made of metal and odd things. Displays of brilliance and... how should I put it? Torches of all variety of colors, I guess is the best way to say it. Some torches that blink, some torches that flash rapidly and then turn off. It's interesting. Sounds you've never heard. Then it shifts again once you enter another level. Then it gets to more things that you're familiar with, but are older, just simply out of date. Hundreds of years, thousands of years. It goes on. And then eventually you get to the rooms, as I like to call them. Small little areas filled with trinkets and goodies. Things of some poor fucker's historical value. Eventually, travel through enough of these rooms, you find the entrance to the lake. We don't talk about the lake because no one who's ever gone towards the lake has ever come out.
You have never, you have either never traveled to it.
I have not worked up the gumption. When my sire, a very, very, very well-versed individual on the Labyrinth of Jerusalem, goes in and doesn't come out, I tend to take caution.
That would make sense.
Makes
Particularly in
sense.
such a Lovecraftian Eldritch Gods kind of place.
Would you like to see something from the labyrinth?
Oh yes, please.
Sure. He pulls out of his pocket a piece of crinkled metal and hands it towards you.
I hold out my hand.
Places it gently in your hand, and you immediately notice it's extremely light. It is covered in some sort of... You're not sure how to explain this, like, glossy white film on one
Aliens.
side. There is this odd lettering partially engraved in it. You're not entirely able to play. Well, actually, go ahead and make me a intelligence academics difficulty 9.
Jal is also heavily leaning in, but I would only be interested if it's got any signs of a cult.
It's very worn. 1 success. Cecilia, you know that it's English of some sort.
Like ancient English.
Like no, definitely not ancient English. You're not sure. Rune, perception, investigation.
Ooh, now you asked me to open up a different character sheet. Perception, investigation. Difficulty 6.
Yes, for Rune. Difficulty 5 for Rune.
Okay. One success, fantastic. Wow. Yeah, 2 1s again. Those 1s always fuck me over.
It's definitely English.
How much of it is readable?
Rune would be able to get the letters EW, YO.
EWYO.
EW space YO.
Space.
Yeah. It's very, 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 very heavily worn.
Yeah, he has a specialty in investigation for search, but that doesn't apply here.
Mm-mm.
It looks like English, she would say.
Looks like it might be, but I'm not entirely sure. I wouldn't be able to tell you what it said. Something something fucked you? I'm not sure.
Very interesting. That is a small piece of one of the interesting artifacts I found on one of the levels.
And I hold it and look through it, like under it, and like turn it in my hand. Interesting. It's so light.
What's that bit of film?
No idea. And you hear a clinking in his pocket as he reaches in his pocket and pulls out 2 other small pieces of metal, which look like they were extremely wrinkled at one point and crinkled at one point, and have like been forcibly pried open slightly, and trying to like fit the waviness of the first piece of metal that he handed you, Cecilia. And he hands you those 2 and says, see if you can put it together.
What did you say that I would roll?
You don't have to roll anything.
Okay.
You simply look at it, slide one piece to the other piece, and Rune would be able to read the words New York.
New York? As far as I know, there's only one York.
It's a place then?
Well, York is a place, but New York, I've never heard of it.
Maybe
Would be
there's
something the likes of saying New London.
Maybe there's a small village or something somewhere that named itself New York.
Possibly. Perhaps some of the original people from York moved somewhere else. It's kind of unoriginal, though. Taking the name of an existing place.
Well, this place seems very interesting. I mean, the labyrinth.
I'm
So-
sorry, America.
I would
Literally all of America. Anyways, moving on.
I would definitely want to hire you as a navigator. When is the fast? Well, how soon would you have time?
Soon can you get me 5 bodies? Warm.
Well, that can probably be achieved, not too long delay. But I take it then, as soon as I have the bodies, we can go.
You might want to pack yourself some of your own snacks, but sure.
I guess it's fine if I bring my friends. And I hold out my hand towards Shimeg.
I assumed that your coterie would also be making its way with you.
You never know. Sometimes some would probably have said, yeah, they can, but then it costs 20. And then I would have been a little less inclined. It's hard to get that many bodies.
Go at your own peril.
Can I ask you about something completely different?
Sure.
Can you tell me what you know about Drusilla?
When you said completely different, I didn't know we were going that different. What about her?
Well, I have heard the name, but I don't know the person. But I did hear from somewhere, I actually don't really remember, that Kotar knows about Drusilla. So that is why.
Yes, I know her very well. Her and I are very close.
Ooh. I'm just trying to move you. Yeah. Bye.
How is this? I feel like it's a weird reaction there. Is
You're
he...
more than willing to make me a insight check.
I guess you see that's next question.
Empathy.
Can I roll that too?
Yes, absolutely. Everyone is
Then I
welcome to
also
roll
do
it.
that because reasons.
Oh wow, that was actually
Empathy.
2 of 2 possible.
Oh, wrong character sheet. I'm sorry.
Well, Rune was more than welcome to roll it as well, so. Yeah. Cassandra, Cecilia, Chimag, Anna Jolly. Yeah, no, he's very off-put by the fact that you brought it up, and when he said that they were very close, you get a sense there's something there, definitely. But also, you get like a taste of slightly defensive.
Then I would add, when I noticed that well, just so that I wanted to speak to her, but I don't want to appear rude or use any channels to contact her that she doesn't like. So it's more like I want to know who she is, so I can go speak to her. Well, if she allows people to go to her. I literally know almost nothing about her.
I see. Well, when it comes to talking to her, she doesn't usually get very many visitors, but she does stay on the outskirts of town in one of the manors. As far as I am aware, individuals may approach and ask to be seen, and if she deems it worth her time, she will see you.
Oh, so I have already told, well, some that said that they were working for her that I was interested. So I guess Drusilla would contact me then if she feels like this would be an interesting meeting.
She's not the type. She's waiting on you then. If you've contacted her employees, I'm assuming by employees you mean the idiots who attempted to guard her but failed.
I guess these were people that worked for, I think he was named Effern, but he's been
Luke Ephraim,
gone
yes.
for a while.
Yes. His passing will be mourned, either way. Yes. I would suggest you make your way to her estate.
Alright, anything I should know about her? Does she
She
want
likes
gifts?
gifts.
Ah. What kind of gifts does she like?
Virgins.
Virgins.
Jala would almost spit his drink back out if he had any at this point, because he's chuckling.
What is your relationship with Drusella? You seem to, as you said, know her very well.
You can call us family.
I see. Are you maybe sharing sire?
No, not at all. No. Mortal family.
Ah. Is she part of your
Cousins,
clan?
one might say. And no, she is not, in fact, a Nosferatu. I'm sure it will become abundantly clear what clan she is a part of, though, once you see her.
A mystery then.
Not really.
She doesn't hate Simish or something like that I should know of?
Did you kill Duke Ephraim?
No.
Then she shouldn't hate you.
Alright, that's good. It's up to the DM if I have to roll manipulation, but it was 100% a truth statement. I did not.
That is
kill
why I
Duke
did
Ephraim.
not call for any rolls. If a Jala had said no, I would have called for a roll.
Alright. Alright. Good to know. Okay, so gifts. So I need to bring a virgin of some sort.
Doesn't have to be immortal. Human kind. Just a virgin.
Hmm.
Virgin goat, virgin cow, virgin dog.
Well, that makes it a lot easier. There is no animal that would offend her then, like there's something she really hates.
Maybe don't bring her an alpaca. Or camels, they like to spit.
Alright. I was
Sort of
offended.
speak of. Well, if she's not Jewish, then even pig should be fine, correct?
She's not Jewish, you can bring her a pig.
Alright.
Would that be one altogether or one each?
If there's more than one individual approaching the gate, I suggest bringing more than one gift. So if there are a bundle of 4 of you approaching the gate, bring 4 virgins.
Right to say that's a bit an impossible task, but well, if you're talking about animals as well, that should be a possibility.
Wide easy.
If anyone in our coterie is a virgin, does that count?
Do you plan on becoming her pet for the rest of eternity?
She looks at the others in her coterie. Anybody want free lodgings?
Didn't think so.
Alright. Well, thank you for the information. I actually remembered something about the Dungate, if we go back to that. There are 4 others that also are navigators. Have they reached the same... No, 3 others, sorry. That have reached the same level as you have?
There's one. I haven't seen him lately a lot. Could very well be dead. If
Might
you
have gone to
know
the lake.
Brother Bernardus,
The Malkavian, yes.
he's
I
been
haven't
there.
met him.
He hasn't gone to the lake, but he's been there.
Unless he went to the lake recently, and that's why he doesn't come
Yes,
back.
very true, very true. But then again, I think I don't know. I feel like there would have been a shift within the Church of the Holy Sepulchre if Father Bernardus suddenly disappeared.
That will make sense.
No, I take it more than likely he's on one of his walks.
How long do they used to last?
Week at most. It depends on if he's naked or not. Sometimes those take a little longer.
I look to the rest of my coterie and say, does anyone of you want to ask a question now when we have Kotar here with us?
Well, to me, it's just a pleasure to finally meet you.
Pleasure's all mine. Any other questions? Concerns? Can I get back to my fucking evening?
You
What
can
would you
just
like to
back.
do for fun?
I don't... I don't know. I read
Love
books
is all
sometimes.
consuming for you. Okay.
Does that count? Does reading a book sometimes count? That's a very odd question.
I was just curious. And you mentioned before about the labyrinth influencing some people. Is it similar influences each time, or?
You notice anyone drooling, speaking in tongues, murdering people?
Been to taverns.
No, not in that way. No, I'm talking... How to explain this? You kind of know it when you see it. If you've seen someone obsessed with a very particular action, who just talks to themselves constantly. And may or may not stab you upon getting closer to them. That's when you know you
Anyone ever
found one.
snapped out of it?
Usually they snap out of it after they've done whatever the whispers were telling them to do. So usually that's after the whole, walk into a bar, stab 15 people. Oh my god, I have a knife in my hand. How did I get here? Yada, yada, yada. Then there's the freakier shit, you go out, you go to a brothel, you have sex with as many people as you possibly can, then you slit your own throat inside of one of the prostitutes' beds and write with what remaining life you have, I'm sorry. It's stuff like that. Not a lot of people snap out happy at the end, if that's what you're asking.
How could
Lots
we
of
contact
giggling
you?
too.
Should
Lots
we
of,
want-
if you notice drooling, mumbling to themselves, might stab you if you approach them, and giggling. Like, not even their normal giggle. Like a creepy 10-year-old girl giggle.
Do they speak different languages as well? When they're under
Like I
effect?
said, they speak in tongues.
But not other languages. They more just speak gibberish.
I don't know if it's a language. It doesn't sound like a language that I know or have ever heard.
Well, I look expectantly on my group. Does it look like someone else was going to ask something?
Is there just a way to contact you? Should we
I don't really like to be contacted a lot. So,
where are we supposed to bring the warm bodies?
well, I was thinking of that.
Hmm.
Look, you want to talk to me? I don't know. Go to the walls just before the dung gate. Drop a body over the wall next to the palm trees. I'll find it. I always do. There's a sewer grate entrance there.
Just to chuck sapphires at you. Seems quicker.
If you can see me. And if I'm around. Any other questions? Great.
No, we'll let you get back to the fucking party.
Thank you. 5 bodies. That's your tax. I'll navigate all night. Per night, I should clarify. It's 5 bodies per night. It's not a one and done, I'm suddenly your fucking navigator. No. The moment a night rolls over, once we're in the labyrinth, I walk away. If you don't follow at that point, you can die down there.
Can I barter this? Can I barter this? I swear to God, can I please barter this now?
Sure, you can try.
Okay, we're doing the roll.
Let's see here. I would like you to roll me. Excuse me, Cecilia. I'm gonna touch your character sheet. What is your approach? What do you say to start the bargaining?
Talking about basically trying to persuade and manipulate him, because he's been trying for 300 years. Maybe a fresh pair of eyes from people from different corners of the globe might have different basically not blinded by an already obsessive kind of searching might help with this kind of a thing. I don't know how else to do it.
All right, give me charisma. Ooh boy. All right, your choice of either charisma, empathy, or we can go with manipulation, empathy.
Manipulation empathy.
Difficulty 6.
Boop. Really?
Okay.
There's a 1 in there as well, yeah, that brings shit down.
I'll think. For now, first entry fee, 5 bodies. Just saying. Doodles.
Sure, you can wait another 300 years or so. And when he's gone, Cassandra will ask Cecilia, why do you want to go down there? Why is this important to you?
And then she will look at the other people that are standing near that is not Dakota. And
Yeah,
say,
Alexis is just like staring the entire time.
and like, I will take that after the party, but I have a really good reason, and I think you will enjoy it.
Sounds pretty
Oh.
interesting.
I don't get to know the secret. Oh well, that's. I was fascinated. It was a very enthralling conversation to me. I mean, you guys did manage to piss him off, which is interesting. It's very easy to piss him off, but still interesting.
Well, I guess when I took up Drusella, I seemed to think that was a bad subject.
Yeah, he can be a bit touchy on that.
Do
Fine.
you know what happened between them?
They're not on the best terms.
But they were once.
Sure, as most family is.
Okay, just out of character, just double check something because I have in my notes that it was either the daughter or the ghoul of Drusella who was the Kassid that he drank from. But you guys were speaking as if it was Drusella who was the one he drank from with the bodyguard, so I'm a bit confused. I just
It
want
was
to
the
correct my
ghoul.
notes.
It was
It
the
was
ghoul.
the ghoul of Drusella.
Yes.
It was the ghoul of Drusella, okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
And we learned that, well, after a while. We didn't know that before.
Thank you.
And we know that the people that knows more about Drusella are Lufri Province and Kotar.
Mm.
But something's telling me that Alexa should be on that list because he seems way too casual about knowing about this thing.
That's just his standard demeanor, mate. He knows everything about
He's informed.
He knows everything. Why don't you just go to him?
keeping time.
Well, seeing
And
as I'm
well-
not going to get the answer as to why you want to go down to the labyrinth tonight, I guess I'll get it later. Eventually,
Well-
hopefully. I'm excited to learn.
I mean, you know so much already. Isn't it fun to have a mystery for once in a while?
You would think so. And yes, it's fucking fascinating, and I usually get the answer.
I could go get some drinks if you feel like I'm not supposed to be part of this conversation.
I think that I want to do this after the party. We are here to have fun, right? Not talk too much business. So just we can.
About that, and he sort of looks at Jala, you were saying, and the two of them are off again.
Fantastic. And that is where we are going to take our break. We will be back with more Children of the Cup. See you soon.
See ya.
ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Children of the Cup. So, as we are all standing in a circle, watching as Kothar turns his back and heads back into a dark corner before picking up a certain body and dragging it further into the corner. He does not seem to obfuscate while all of you are staring at him. What are you guys up to?
Mara is very quiet. Is she doing something?
Mara, at this point, has listened intently, has nodded her head a lot, and has stayed quiet on purpose because she knows that she wasn't being paid attention to until Cecilia's eyes drifted over towards her just now.
Oh, it has been in Cecilia's mind who is in this circle listening.
This is the point at which Ajala is like, wait, oh, she was here as well.
And in Cecilia's mind, she was thinking when she got the question, did you kill Ephron? She was like, do not look at Mara. Whatever you do not look at Mara. Yes, no. What?
Ajala was really happy that Rune was sort of entertaining him at that time.
Mm-hmm.
I guess
Speaking
the
of
rumors are that we have killed Ephron in that case. If he asks it openly, then that's the rumor. That is annoying.
Maybe. So, speaking of Mara, she actually does like a couple of like to herself head nods, specifically when she looks over at Ajala, and you can see she like makes a mental note of some sort.
At any special time or just?
No, it's right as this conversation ended. She just looked over at Ajala for a couple moments and seemed to have made a mental note.
Alexis, who do you think that we should speak to at this party? What would we gain more?
I think
fun
I
from?
would be extremely interested in all four of you. Well, I don't know as much as I would like to about some of these guests, but as fun as it would be to find out who's who in the guest list, I think it would be funner if you talked to Mafatsa.
Right.
That's just
About
my
the suspicious-
suggestion, though, because, you know, he's a tiny bat person and he's evil, and I love it.
Any particular subject you would recommend?
So many. A
Sure, you
particular
do know
one?
that when it comes to the games.
Yeah, this is true. Yes, we could always save it for what the fuck is up with that. And I will make arrangements to ensure that he is within your group for that coming game.
Ooh. Such powers Seneschal will have then.
Why, yes, thank you very much. Thank you for recognizing, as he sort of just clears off his clothing and spiffs himself up a little bit. Either way, though, and the doors to the party open once more. And three individuals step through in white cloaks. They look around. You can't really tell what they're wearing underneath. And they all look like paternal twins. Well, triplets in this case.
Who are those? Who are they? She would say.
Not sure.
Are they
look
wearing any
around.
symbols or religious things? that we
Would you
see?
like to make me an awareness theology?
Awareness?
Oh,
not
well,
perception?
not aware. Perception theology. As much as I want to call for
Uh,
awareness theology, I can't.
I'd like
Alright.
to join as well if I may.
So aspects come into play.
Aspects will come into play. I'll allow it.
I wonder if these are the Samitsu triplets, at least just imagine them passing.
What is it with me enrolling? Oh, the fucking ones tonight are just shit as fuck.
What's this roll, sorry?
Perception
Perception.
theology.
Theology, yeah.
Receptive pestering. I love it.
If low light vision comes into play, it would bring it up back to a 2, but I don't know.
Wow, okay. Cecilia, it being the biggest threat to you, you do notice that emblazoned upon their cloaks, over their left breast, is a gray outline of a tree. Everyone else, you see them, and you can see that they have some embroidering on their clothing. However, they're a little too far right now for you to make out exactly what it is.
Does Cecilia know what religion that would be?
There is only one thing that involves a tree that you have heard of recently.
Okay.
White cloaks.
I just wanted
Three
to
of
know
them.
that. I just wanted to know if there was the Buddha tree or not, but then it's not. I would say it's the white tree of Saxon. So.
White tree of Saxony means...
That these are the 3 assassins that
Children
are
of the
coming to
Cup
kill.
Hunters.
Yeah.
But Cecilia is playing. Who are they? As she looks over to that when 3 identical people are coming.
You
Figured
watch
the
as
moment that he said, like, paternal triplets, like...
Oh yeah, and to describe them, now that you can see them and they're not, on top of a wall, having just transformed, what you do see is they have 3 different unique hairstyles. One has sort of, I don't even know what you call that hairstyle, where it's like half of your face has like long hair, the other half is completely shaved down to the scalp. There's like not even the hair follicles are up there. But very straight, dark, brown hair that goes to about his neck. The other one, one of them, I should say, has what looks like is a bit of a buzz cut going on. However, there are lines that run along his scalp in a particular pattern that you can't really make out. To make some sort of pattern in his hair. And then the last one simply has very, very, very long, very lush black hair, which goes down to about his mid-back. And it's, neatly tucked away behind him. Other than that, they have the same nose, and they have sort of... the best example on all 4 of you, they all would have Seph's nose. They all would have Shannon's lips. I would say the best representation for eyebrows is gonna be Azzy. And also sharpness of features is also gonna be Azzy. And they all have very, very, very light brown eyes.
So it's me
gonna
with
be
brown
one hell of a
eyes,
Photoshop.
Adiala's
Sorry.
nose, and
Sort of.
Shannon's lip.
Sort of. Yeah, sort of. A little bit sharper in some places in the features, but yeah.
Photoshop this.
Yeah.
You could totally do it. I've given you the necessary materials.
Let's do this with
Are they
science.
looking kind of Scandinavian then, or?
Close. Yeah, definitely from the Baltic Sea area. As people who are not in character from the Baltic Sea, though, you'd place them from up north.
Somewhere.
North
Okay.
somewhere. I wonder where.
Do they
Lithuania.
arrive with much fanfare? Do they make a beeline for anyone?
They make a
Maybe
beeline for
quite literally.
Bartholomew. And as soon as they get to him, they form sort of a half circle around him and begin to speak with him.
Okay.
Um,
She-Meg would try to keep them so she can kind of keep an eye on them, but try to not be obvious about it.
Okay, gotcha. Make for me a appearance stealth check.
I would say the same for Ajala, but I do think that Ajala would be really fucking obvious.
Sure.
Drilling holes in their heads with their eyes, like from the back.
Is Bartholomew being close to where the drinks are?
Yeah, Bartholomew has been very, very, very close to the taps.
All right. In that case, I would probably finish my cup by now, so I will go and refill, but I'm soon gonna be back.
Enjoy.
And I will not approach Bartholomew. I will not really look at the direction, but I will listen in while I am filling up my cup of blood to see what they are talking about.
Sure, perception. Actually, yeah, perception. And I'm gonna make you roll for this one. Jala, I'm gonna touch your character sheet.
Are you okay? So I'm not gonna be close, and are they whispering?
They are.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, perception alertness, difficulty 7.
Right,
Actually,
I
you have
activate.
Auspex, difficulty 6.
Yeah. All right. Boom. 2 successes.
2 successes. You would hear snippets. The first things that you would hear is, Lord Bartholomew, it has come to our attention. Someone within... It'd be a pleasure if you... Trying to listen in, still not getting anything. Do you scooch any closer?
I'm filling up my cup, I guess. How close am I in, like, meters?
I'll put it to you this way. There is currently space enough for 2 Ajalas to fit between you and them.
And with Auspex, they're speaking so low I can't hear them completely. I mean, would it be super obvious if I was leaning closer or something?
Maybe with a good enough stealth check you can get away with it, or with a good enough accident.
No, but when I am filling in, when I am filling up my cup, I take a look around, like I'm just scanning the room, and I am just taking a half step closer out, more like I'm looking around a little, but I'm more like keeping focus still on the cup. But I am literally only thinking about them as I scan in the room.
Sure, make me another check.
Okay. Oh gosh.
1 success. The only thing that you would catch would be... your children.
I finish filling my cup and start heading over towards my group again.
Yeah. You make it successfully back to your group without dying. What are the rest of you doing while Cecilia is off?
Probably asking Alexis about the people with the rose embroidery and if he knows anything about them and if he thinks our coterie should approach them, befriend them.
I would say they would be interesting to approach, most certainly. What I know about them is that they are actually family, same sire. But they're from different parts of the world, really. If I remember correctly, they're all Lasombras.
Oh. She'll look to Chi-Meg and Najala. When Cecilia comes back, would you like to mingle with them? Or have you guys have eyes on someone else?
The Jarl are just staring daggers at the three ones in the white cloaks.
Ajala, it's rude to stare.
You like their style? We can always get you to a tailor later.
G-Mac, how did your conversation... no. I was going to pretend as if, I was interested in how your conversation with Cassandra went, and then I realized, people would have seen me next to you, and...
Yes. I assumed you were listening to it.
I really wasn't, actually. But I pretty much got the gist of it after I heard sacrifices and goats.
I see.
No, instead I was paying attention to a certain someone off to your left.
What's off to my left then?
Lagwa. She seemed to be wrapped up in a conversation with our individuals with the rosed clothing. And from
Can you
what I could
spell
pick
that
up,
name, by the way?
which name?
Lagwa. Or
Lagwa? Oh,
I guess that's the female that was next to Mephasto.
I don't think Shemek has heard that name.
I have mentioned it multiple times in the past.
Yes.
No, I don't think you actually
No, I
have
don't
said the
think you
name. You
have.
mentioned
She
it
has
first.
said
No,
the
I've
name.
literally mentioned it
She
months
said the
ago.
name.
Yeah.
I don't remember how I spelled Lagwa's name, but I'm just gonna put down. Go ahead.
Lagua.
See, that's what I thought it was. That's what I thought it was, but I wasn't sure. There you go.
That's what it sounds like.
Lagwa. It's interesting because both me and Mel went through what the name was because no one could hear, and we tried to find any notes that we took on it, and every other name I take notes on. So I don't think the name was ever used.
I've
when-
mentioned it
used.
multiple times. Genuinely, I have mentioned it multiple times.
It was mentioned while you guys were inside the tavern at the Painted Lady a couple times.
Okay. Because I don't know anything about her as well.
This, I think, is true.
Cassandra did.
Yeah.
I think Cassandra did describe her, but I don't know if you guys saw her come or go though. But she did describe her to you.
I think there's a possibility the party saw Lagwa very briefly.
Very briefly.
I think it was described to me that Shemek kind of saw her just heading out the door, so I saw
Right.
her cloak or something, but I don't think Shemek really knew anything about her. So
Yeah, I don't remember any of you guys talking.
No, it
about
was
Lagwa.
No. The first meeting, no, but after that, Cassandra did mention her a couple of times. When the talk of the party and stuff was going around, that was when Cassandra started mentioning her to you guys. So not the first meeting. After that.
Context.
What was that, Azzy?
What were we informed about her? Like in what context was she mentioned?
Listen, if you guys didn't take notes, just say that you guys forgot a lot was going on. You guys do listen to Cassandra anyway, so let's just move on.
Lagwa was talked about. You guys, I believe, were told that she was the one who dropped off the gift from Mephasto. I believe you guys were told that Cass was going to go and see Lagwa at one point by herself. And I believe that you guys were told that Lagwa had something to do with Mephasto and that she was heavily invested in the party in a fashion, but you weren't informed very much about what exactly she had to do with the party. Beyond that, I don't entirely remember what you guys were told about Lagwa. But yes, I was quite enraptured in her conversation.
What did she speak about?
Well, they were talking about property, which I find fascinating. The acquisition of property in a few places. If you want to know more, you're going to have to give me something in return.
And what is... Oh, I know what you want, but I won't give it to you. Not yet.
That's the
I
problem.
will keep...
Yeah.
All right. I see. Well, you play the game well.
Just saying. But yeah, that's what I think. So, and it's this time that the door opens again. And if you would like to please describe Coralia Ariti.
All right. So, a woman enters the establishment. She's also wearing a white cloak. She does not have a grey tree outlined on it, though. She probably just takes off her hood as she comes in, and you can see that she has black hair, and it's somehow like in a braid or something behind her head, or maybe it's just put up in some way. And she's looking like she's from Greece or something like that. She has white traveling clothes, basically, like under as well, like she's traveling, like normal traveling clothes, just like boots that are little made for riding horse, maybe, or something like that, riding boots. She has a red sash that is like a belt, basically. She doesn't seem to be armed, or maybe she has a knife in there, like in the sash or something. It is very clean, though, the clothes, like she just recently cleaned it, so instead of like coming in nice party clothes, she basically went and cleaned her clothes, her traveling clothes. And I think she's like scanning the room when she comes in, trying to maybe look for someone.
Okay, fantastic. So, you all see this individual enter, not long after your three cloaked individuals. Of course, there's that moment where you're just like, oh great, there's another one. What do the four of you do?
Cecilia didn't hear this, but Cassandra said something about that she wanted to speak to someone.
I was offering suggestions to the group. If they're not listening again, I'm gonna drop out the chat.
Well,
What?
I've given my suggestion as to who you should talk to. You can do that. Or you could do something insane, which I always am a fan of.
What is
Start a fire.
insane?
Something like that.
No, that would be too overdramatic. It's a party.
Party's never good until one fire is at least started. And with that, you watch as Alexis goes toodaloo and walks away.
So now it's just our group and Mara.
And Mara. And I think Rune as well is still there.
So who's catching you guys' eyes?
I'd like to think if there's someone I need to speak to. Maybe if we can find Adam or Marcus to like speak a little to them. Maybe still want to know more about the Dung Gate. Would be interesting. Otherwise, I don't really know who I feel a need to. I just want to have fun as well. Just, talk to people without any reason.
It's been fascinating listening to the four of you talk about something other than fucking books, necromancy, and demons.
We speak about werewolves with you all the time as well.
That too. We are not speaking about that, so let's continue the conversation away from these subjects that you always bring to my table.
What subject
Well,
do
you could
like
contribute to.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a very hard ask. I am not great at parties.
Oh,
There's no
I can
gargoyles.
play.
That's part of the problem.
Goggles would help.
They have a great dance routine too. I gotta admit.
They do.
Yeah.
Come on, demonstrate. You must have taught them the moves.
I did not. No, it's their own little thing. They're the gargoyles of Jerusalem. They've got their own little, gargoyle thing.
Can you tell me a little about them? Like, are they thinking by themselves, or are they like?
Oh,
just
sure.
doing
Yeah. No.
exactly
They don't. I'm like their sire, and they are like my children, essentially.
But do they like always do what you tell them, or are they individual?
I mean, mostly they do what I tell them 90% of the time, but occasionally there's tiny bits of spouse rebellion, but it's very rare.
Do you punish them when
That
they rebel?
rebellion is also-
Sure, my own ways. But other than that, they're Canaanites, so
They
they're just
are?
yes. I mean, yes. They have their own personalities. They talk. They, go out. They do stuff. They feed. All that stuff.
They fly around and feed?
I mean, they don't fly around. I mean, occasionally they fly around, but they're not
They don't fly
entirely.
around.
You have?
Yep. A handful of occasions.
Which one?
Maybe twice.
Yeah, I've seen them fly too sometimes.
So they've been doing that more often. All right. Somebody's gonna have to talk. All right.
No, I
But
feel
yes,
like,
no, they're their own little people. They do their things. They have their own intricate little personalities.
But they are made of stone.
Well, yes. They were like 5 of us at one point. Let's be honest.
Wait, are they just stone outside? And like
No, there's
each
stone on the
person
inside too.
inside?
No, I mean, it's weird how it works. Essentially, you take a couple of us, and you go through a couple of rituals, and you can make them into gargoyles.
So there are multiple Canaanites.
Yes, yes. They may be my victims.
So you're their sire.
Yes, I am the gargoyle sire. I am the one who fused all of them.
Did you sire the Canaanites before they were fused?
Only one.
Okay.
That was a whole
it
betrayal thing.
punishment or a gift to that?
Oh, that was
particular one?
so a punishment. That
Did you
little
get
shit.
anger?
Interesting. But are they hard to fight or hit? Are they like hitting a stone?
I mean, they're like fighting a statue. It's yeah. And they really
very
hurt when
difficult.
they hit you. Like really hurt.
I see.
Like more
Would it
than
be
a statue
possible
should.
to go do a sparring? I'd like to see that. You don't mind?
I think Aquila would be into it.
I assume that's one of the gargoyles.
Yes, that is the angelic one.
Was that
Are
their
they-
name before?
No, if I remember correctly, that is Lord Paris, Damien. I want to say I don't remember the rest of their names.
Didn't realize it would have took that many to make one.
Oh yeah, a fun process, too. Look, you can judge me all you want. They were war trophies, all right?
I am not.
Oh, I
judging.
don't judge you.
Sure.
I'm more fascinated.
Can they all think in there, or is it just one of them that took control?
No, it's more like they become a new person.
Become new.
Like a fused, or like they switch?
Like, okay, think of it like their
personalities?
personalities all met each other, right? And they sat down in a room and they had a long conversation. Maybe they beat each other up or had sex or whatever those personalities would do with one another. And then, you know, whatever was left over after a couple hundred years of sitting around and talking is the child that came out and said hi. That's the gargoyle.
That
But all the other
is-
personalities, as far as I'm concerned, are gone.
Fascinating.
Not. I don't think I'm opposed to it because I don't. If they are a mixture of them and created as consciousness, that's not really a lost capacity, is there?
I mean, I
It's
don't
like a
think so.
retry of the old ones.
Right. It's like wiping the slate clean and you know.
Well, I really have to think about this. This is very fascinating. She like looks up into the ceiling and she's like really looking like she's pondering this whole dilemma that maybe no one else sees.
Ajala, you're staring again.
Sorry. Jala is probably mixing conversation with Rune and at the same time sort of every once in a while checking with Bartholomew and the three figures. That's about all that Ajala's doing.
So Ajala,
He
you would
make
notice
this-
first that they break away from Bartholomew.
Teammate is also actively keeping an eye on them. Trying to not look like it.
Interesting.
So
But
is there
yeah,
no one?
so yeah, but if you guys want to talk with them, or if you want to, you know, they haven't been out really a lot with other Canaanites. So if you want to, like,
Hmm.
I don't know, we could schedule a play date, or
I like
you
that.
think I'm kidding?
No, it just is. I would love to be going to play a date with your gargoyles.
Thank you, somebody
Hmm.
finally. All right. But yes, so that is the gargoyle situation. There are other, you know, pets that I have.
Oh, what kind of pet?
I have these 3 evil little shits that I keep in the basement most of the time. We're not going to discuss them.
I
let's
really
see.
want to now.
No. When I say evil little shits, I mean they're the epitome of like pranks and evil, and just they are there to cause chaos. So that was an
Sort of
accident.
looks like he feels spoken about.
Do you need
they-
help training them?
I don't think that's possible. I have tried.
Have you tried regifting them to anybody?
Yes. Yes, it did.
And their
Let's
reaction.
just say we aren't on talking terms anymore. So yeah, no, regifting
Yeah,
is
you've
not an
got-
option.
So basically, you've got 3 little Ajalas in the basement somewhere.
Sort of. Not as destructive as you can be sometimes. But, yeah. Other than that, I've been working on a few other small projects here and there that would involve new pets. Nothing gargoyle related, though. Don't worry, I'm not coming to steal your souls or anything.
Well, that's good to hear.
Yet.
Maybe I will
Wait,
steal your
I'm
that
kidding. I'm kidding.
Alright. Well, Cassandra, you've been on one of these parties before. Do you have anyone do you think you should speak to?
There's nobody else that she would recognize apart from Lagua, so she just point it out. Lagua's always charming, but to be honest, you know more people here than I do. So if you want to introduce me to anyone, otherwise I would more than happily wait until to see as strangers.
Just to repeat for me, likewise, is that what, or what was the name you said?
Lagua.
Lagua.
Oh, Lagua. Okay. Oh, but we could speak
the new
to
bard.
her if you want to. Yeah, there's been Bartholomew and Persephone. Those are two names I always butchered up for like 15 sessions.
Also,
I'm not even trying anymore.
the trip is breaking away. Have they left by now, or are they still?
They are
the
heading in
room?
your direction.
Oh,
Guard up, everyone.
Is it obvious that, like, if we go to Lagua's direction, is it obvious that we're just ignoring them?
It would be, yes.
Okay, well, start doing that way and then catch them, and I guess.
are you saying this? Or Celia doesn't even know that they're approaching at the moment.
Yeah, that's what I asked. Well, apparently it's obvious that they're approaching. That's what I was asking.
Jealous
out of
of guard
character.
up.
Oh, guard up. How close are they then, I guess?
They're on the other side of the room at the moment, but they're having to make their way through the sea of people to get to you. So it'll probably take
They're
them like
heading
a
this way.
minute at the
Jalo would
most.
already have made eye contact because he's keeping a very close eye on them, and he's not very particularly good at hiding that.
So if we were going into the direction of Lagua, it wouldn't be obvious. That's what I was asking.
It wouldn't be obvious that you were ignoring them purposefully.
Like, well, it'd just be like if they cut a path, they cut a path, but it's just like we're just going
Right.
that direction. That's,
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
If you were going to Lagua, yeah.
Okay.
I think that we might have to speak to them.
Well, if they approach us, they approach
Might
us.
as well just get it over with.
Yeah. Mara,
What's that?
I know this might be a little rude ask, but could you leave us alone for a little while?
Sure, I'll go dig my sister out of whatever trench she's dug herself in. I'm sure she's bugged someone else she's mistaken for another Chimeg, but probably isn't, so...
Ooh.
Yeah.
We'll definitely talk more at the party. I want to know more about your pet projects and more about the gargoyles.
You know, I'd rather not talk about work when I get back and she starts walking off. And she actually...
You want to.
She, in order for her to get to Cassandra, not Cassandra, but Cassandra, in order for her to get to her, if you watch her, she would go past the three of them. So, do you guys make it obvious that you're watching Mara and then tracking onto them, or do you not pay attention to where she goes?
I think I'm more focused on, at least I focus on our group. And we are the only ones here now, right?
Rune is there.
Mm-hmm.
And Rune is there as well.
I'm gonna take it you want me to leave as well then? I'll be...
You're the clever one.
And he starts making away and he sort of points at Jalo and says, Painted lady, right? And Jalo sort of nods. We'll find you. And he sort of scampers off.
Alright, any last minute preparations?
So much
Joe
for
just has-
acting.
One hand on his weapon belt, basically.
Well, not last minute preparations, but Cassandra will look to Chimeg and say, when you do practice fighting of the basically she just starts talking about gargoyle fight to Chimeg as if just not to make it look obvious, or just carry on talking. But she will ask Chimeg about fighting gargoyle stuff. Like, would you do it in a flying form, or?
She will chat back a bit.
All the
in
eagle
her way.
versus gargoyle.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, one moment.
Uh-oh.
Statue's biggest enemy is birds shitting on him, let's be honest. Gargoyles.
This is very true. You shit enough. They get too heavy, they crash to the ground. It's game over.
Or you can peck them.
Sorry about that. My cat managed to push the door open and get up on the balcony.
Oh gosh.
Fun.
We don't want that happening.
No,
No.
not at all. As you're about to enter in this conversation about how Chimeg would battle said gargoyle, you would hear, for those of you who aren't paying attention to them, and for the rest of you see, the three individuals get to the outskirts of your group. And the one in the middle would talk. Let's say, Chimeg, Ajala, Cecilia, Cassandra, we need to discuss.
Hello, and who are you?
Ramos, Leslie, Nicholas.
Can you write out all the names?
Sure.
I have a habit of always getting, otherwise I type them down, I think they spelled them correctly, and then after some few episodes I have 3 versions of the same name in my notes.
Trying to control effort is a fucking nightmare. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Thank
I
you.
wasn't even close to half of those.
I only had the wrong spelling on Nikolaus actually, so I was close.
So,
Alright.
Pleasure to meet you, Free.
Yes, what do you want to talk about? Can we do
Well,
it
in
here,
particular,
or?
we cannot. Aremos? Is it? Okay.
oh,
Okay, interesting. Aremos. I'm gonna save that one, and I'm gonna store it away for another name.
can have it.
As a matter of fact, I'm gonna pin that. There we go. Got it. Boom. Anyways, moving on. We'd like to have this conversation not within the prying ear range of individuals such as Kothar.
Well, I don't know. I look over to Cassandra like I'm not really, I'm looking a little to Cassandra, but I look back to them and be like, I don't know this place really where you can talk hidden conversation here in private. And I don't really want to leave the party.
Hmm.
Do you know any place we can speak in private here? Looks over to Cassandra again.
I could guess with a similar layout, but I couldn't be sure. Though, you must have one good reason to steal us away from quite the splendid party.
You watch as the one that he nodded to and said was Nicholas sort of rolls his eyes, and Ramos just simply nods his head. Yes.
Like, what's their demeanor? Do they seem like threatening, or like they're here to pick a fight, or?
Relaxed. And then perception, empathy from that point on.
Yeah, I guess I will do that too.
Yeah.
I feel like with this. Oh my god.
Alright, Cecilia knows all.
They're looking for. Does all specs apply?
Yes.
For detail, maybe it's 1, but I don't think that would give me much.
So everyone who had 2 successes, you would get the details that while they do on the external appear relaxed, you can tell each of them is at the ready in some way, shape, or form, and is quickly ready to spring into action. However, they aren't really showing it. It's sort of, I'm having a decent time talking to you, but I will slit your throat if I need to. Sort of demeanor that they're giving off. Go ahead.
Cassandra, just say, I could ask one of our lovely hosts if you don't mind a second. And if it's anything, she'll go and ask Lagua, because again, it's just she roughly seemed to be similar floor plan to the place of before, but not quite. And she'd be waiting, and so yeah, she'll quickly ask Lagua if she has a room that they could use for a brief period.
For a brief period, you might want to use the blood room.
Oh, okay. I was just thinking if I could get my description if I knew I wanted to interrupt her.
You want a description of... Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, you cut off... Well, basically, I didn't get what I got. You said Cecilia got
yes.
and then we interrupted.
So for Cecilia, with Ramos in particular, while he is giving off that relax, but will still cut your throat, you can see that there's a twinge of irritation. Not from talking with you, it doesn't seem. It seems like he came to the conversation with irritation. As he's got like that slight little eye twitch.
I would not stop Cassandra.
With Nicholas, yeah, he's done with this party already, and he just got here. That's sort of what Cecilia gets.
As Cassandra's walking off to ask that of Laga, I'm going to scan a little with my eyes towards where Bartholomew is to see if he looks concerned or relaxed or what he is having for demeanor.
You would see that Bartholomew looks very uncomfortable, but has that look of like, they're talking to my kids and I don't know what they're saying. What's going on? Sort of.
But he doesn't look like distraught or like
no,
biting his neck.
No,
No.
none of that.
Alright. Yeah, and back to you, Cassandra, as you were walking to Logan.
And privacy is assured if we go there. People tend to go in and out of that room, right?
Privacy is assured in the blood room. If you're thinking of the room over there, that's not the blood room. No, that's the meat.
Oh.
The blood room is...
And the blood room is...
that one over there. And she points across. Essentially, it's two rooms. One that everyone keeps knocking on and getting an individual to come out of. On the exact opposite side of this room, there's another door that's relatively well hidden in with the wall. That you haven't really heard anything or seen anything from. But of course, it is on the wall that has the spigots.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And it won't be long. I'll be sure to introduce you to everyone shortly. And she'll rejoin and gesture for everyone to go to the blood room.
Would that do for you?
That'll do nicely. And they wait for you to take the lead.
Phoebe will kind of wait for them to take the lead.
Great. So, okay, clarification. Who starts moving first towards the blood room outside of Cassandra? Because I think Cassandra said she was going to lead the way, right?
For Cecilia, it would be if she is naturally closer to this door, she would start walking. If they are naturally closer, she would look like
closer.
Yeah, she would look like them and like expectingly, like she's holding up her cup, and then be like this awkward wait. Are we not leaving?
You first.
Oh, you're gonna stab me in the back, she says and smiles, and then she walks past and she brushes really close to one of them.
Okay. Do you purposefully brush enough of them to maybe get an understanding of what they have underneath their cloaks?
No, I don't think she wants to challenge that but she will give them like this feeling that she doesn't seem afraid of us or something like that. Like she's flirting more than she's trying to go through their gear. But
gotcha.
She's more flirting.
Okay. Gotcha. Just needed to make sure.
Yeah.
But yeah. So Cecilia starts making her way towards the blood room. What about Chi, Meg, and Ajala?
Oh, fuck this. When she starts walking and Jala starts following.
Okay. All three of
does
them-
keep his hand on his weapons, though. He's not drawing anything, but he's clearly not trusting this.
Gotcha. All three of them lock their eyes on Chimeg as she still stands there.
He stands there looking. What's going on?
You first.
You're strange.
Leslie gets impatient and starts walking towards the blood room. The other two remain staring at you.
I'm sorry, am I in some kind of dick measuring contest right now?
Nicholas would kind of chuckle at that and just go, something like that.
Alright then. Well, we'll be here for a long time in that case. Then she just start walking after the others.
Okay. They follow behind you. Eventually, over the 5 minutes that it takes you to cross the dance floor and get into the blood room, as the door opens up, you would see inside, you're expecting, blood, dead bodies, fun stuff. What you end up finding is actually, there is sort of a very dark room. It has a single table that's sort of buttressed against the northern wall that has about 4 small candles on it that are dimly lit and like towards the end of their lifespan of being lit, with like a large pool of wax that is cooling beneath them. You would see there aren't any chairs in here. It's just cold stone walls on all sides aside from the door. There's another door across from yours, and there is what looks to be some sort of fur rug covering the floor of the room. That's about it in this room.
Sandra will probably just sit on the table, probably just play around with the wax while she's waiting for whatever conversation's supposed to happen here.
Sure.
Sit down next to Cassandra on the table.
Sure, the table begins to creak at that point.
Jiggle a little when it creaks.
Also, while waiting for the other two and Chimeg, Jealous, like, sort of poking through his own mind and sort of looking at Cecilia. You realise there's going to be talk about us entering this room with these 3.
Yeah, they are creating it. If She-Meg would ever let them go after her, we might be here in for minutes.
That is going to be a very particular talk.
You gonna mess up your shirt when you leave?
I just got the joke. Okay, yeah. Eventually, though, Leslie makes his way in the room first. Says, this could take a while. And then Chimeg and the other two make their way in the room as well. Nicholas and Ramos make their way in the room as well. But Chimeg definitely comes first.
She made that faster than I thought. I thought we were gonna wait here for minutes.
We're about to grab refreshments.
Yeah.
Once the door is closed, you would hear Ramos talk up again. And by the way, the moment the door is closed, the room immediately gets darker. There's barely any light. There's like enough light to register that there is a person standing across from you, is how much light is in this room.
The red
Eyes
eyes
of the Beast.
Beast.
Yes, Eyes of the Beast would activate not only on Chimeg, not only on Azzy, but also on the 3 of them.
You'll hear coming from the dark corner where a Jealous now. Oh, damn it. Really?
And once again, they sort of take up this formation of where they are literally, shoulder to shoulder with one another across from the four of you. Well, it's a pleasure to meet all of you for the first time. And it is also a pleasure to see what has become of the children of Bartholomew, the adopted children of Bartholomew Lenners. I suppose that you know who we are.
You can still inform us. We only have rumors to go by.
As I had semi-pointed out, but I will say in full at this point, I am Remus Valdet, Serpent of the White Tree of Saxony. This is Nicholas Valdet, Lion of the White Tree of Saxony. And this is Leslie Valdet, Eagle of the White Tree of Saxony.
You want to tell us about the White Tree of Saxony?
Sure, we kill people who fuck up. Does that make it about as clear as it needs to be? And Leslie kind of immediately jabs him with a shoulder, and he goes, I apologize.
And these titles?
They are simply indicators of the whole Griffin and other creatures involved. There are certain squadrons, one could say, that are members of the White Tree of Saxony.
And I guess you have something you want to talk to us specifically about, then?
We're looking for an individual. Someone that at one point, rumor has it, was a member of your coterie, Serafino.
Why are you looking for Serafino?
He's fucked up.
In what way?
Let's just say that he has let some of his information about who he is, what he is, slip up to some of the general public.
Cecilia goes through her mind of things he has done. And I know that there's a church incident.
Yeah, I was about to say, are we talking about the whole thing in the ROM?
Do you say that openly? Oh, okay. Cecilia just looks at you when you start speaking.
The ROM is a good start. And the one who says that, by the way, is Nicholas. They have the same voice, so I apologize. I have to clarify. Nicholas is the one who says, yes, that would be a good start.
Would it have helped if we sort of killed the Bishop of the ROM? Because I've been eager to do that for quite some time now.
Leslie at this point answers, that would have helped a long time ago. At this point, it's a little late. You're going to have to kill more than him.
Sorry, what exactly did he do, Serafino?
Yeah, as they said, he fucked up.
Ramos interjects at this
Before our
point.
time.
You're telling me that you have not allowed your companions to know the full action of or consequences of your actions.
You said that was one of the things.
Yes, that is one of the things. For now, it's the most pressing.
Right.
As we have come to learn, Serafino isn't exactly around Jerusalem at the moment.
This is true.
What you need him for?
It's not really a question. We're going to kill him.
I won't really solve the problem with
more
it.
specifically, we're going to flay him alive and then kill him.
It might end up being
Still
a bit
won't.
difficult.
Still won't solve the problem, will it?
No, that won't solve the problem of the information having leaked. That'll solve the problem of someone willing to leak information being gone. The information being leaked will be handled over the course of the next 2 months.
Would you allow Serafimo to fix his fuck up?
He'll still lose his skin, but yes.
Fuck you want his skin for?
Some sort of deed.
Turn for everyone else to know what happens if you're not following the decree of the white tree.
Smart cookie.
Also, if this
Don't you know we have
clean
to
up
join?
over the next 2
Willy
months,
Boost?
would that happen to involve getting rid of a lot of Knights Templar, or Holy Sepulchre, and the Bishop of Darom, and anything involved in that particular business?
It would be involved in doing that, yes.
No, I'm suddenly intrigued to offer you my services because I want to be part of that.
Nicholas kind of just smiles and shakes his head.
I don't think it was optional, darling.
Ramos
Kinda
chimes
working
in.
towards
Smart cookie number 2. We aren't having this conversation on the grounds of maybe you know where he went.
Well, I don't know.
He was a
whether
member of your
Darom
coterie
went.
during the time that he did the actions. Thus, it falls upon your coterie to clean up the mess, in part. Sorry, ladies, I know you came later.
Kind of decrease as we can read about all the rules. As that has not been presented to us.
Which part?
Well, every part of the White Tree of Saxon is jurisdiction.
Oh boy, that would take a while. I suggest you make your way to Saxony like the rest of us.
What is the
Leslie
time
nudges
frame
him again, and he goes, but if you don't have the time to make it to Saxony, I suppose you could talk to the Serpents of Alexandria. They might have a charter.
And what is the time frame for this cleanup of flickery that needs to be done?
2 months.
And what is the punishment for failing to do this within the time frame?
For you? They sort of back up a little bit, get into a small huddle, talk amongst one another.
Oh, I want to listen into that.
Yeah,
if
I want to
can.
listen to
Sure,
that as well.
absolutely. Go ahead, make me perception awareness, difficulty 6.
Alertness, I guess.
Yes,
Awareness,
awareness. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
Just I roll wouldn't fuck up
Okay.
for once.
I'm gonna willpower this.
Really roll 20?
Okay.
Really?
Oh,
Oh shit.
wow, that's a lot of ones.
You
Wow.
willpower that, as in you're
My
rolling
God,
as
you
many ones as
willpower.
I am.
Well,
but then
well,
you roll.
well.
What the fuck is that?
That's the
That
sound
is-
of the blood that is pumping in your veins from
Yes.
the rain.
Yeah.
All you hear is do,
Yeah.
do, 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 do. That's it. You-
Fucking getting into my
Yes.
territory, thinking they can do things.
fucking Ajala, Cassandra, and Cecilia immediately notice like Chimeg's beginning to lean in physically closer, and one of you just puts your hand on her and pushes her back a little bit. But for the rest of you, you guys would hear, do you think branding would be appropriate in this situation? Branding sounds pretty good. Branding? And they sort of break the huddle. Ramos speaks up again. You will be branded.
Are you
Sorry, who?
acting as... Sorry, go ahead, you first.
Sorry, who will be branded?
If they are claiming we will be branded if we fail to do the task within 2 months.
These two will be branded
Branding,
in
if we
particular.
fail.
You two will not be.
Branding seems like a fantastic punishment for trying to keep secret. It's not like anybody's going to wonder where this branding came from. Fantastic. Seems no wonder these things keep happening, eh?
There ain't gonna be no fucking branding.
You can have an issue with our methods as much as you want. If you fail, 2 of you will be branded.
It felt like
You can
act
try.
as the judges as well, as you are not sure what the normal punishment would be, so you had to come up to a conclusion. Is that true?
We have a certain book of punishments that we are allowed to use.
What punishments are you allowed to use, and what are you choosing from, so to say?
For your case or for Serafino's?
For our case.
For your case, the options are branding, mutilation, execution, and I believe one is humiliation via tarring and feathering. We never use that one though, right? Page 12? Yeah, page 12.
That actually sounds like
Branding, what does that entail? Branding can be very different for different things.
You'll be branded like a cow. You'll go
Why
away.
the fuck are we talking about this?
We should first learn what they want and what to do before we act out. There will be time for appealing.
There is an appeal process.
I will
Yeah,
get
the
fucking
branding.
is.
Something tells me if you within 2 months could get all the way out to the White Tree Saxony, you can get the appealing first. But you will have a limited time if you fail the appealing, because you spent most of your time traveling.
Correct. Very good. Smart cookie number 3.
She
Am
was
I
the
both
first as
number
well.
1 and number 3, you know?
Quick out of game question.
No,
how
that's
many
not
days
how
ago
this-
is it that... Oh,
Go ahead.
Sorry. Quick question. How many days ago is it that the Bishop of Durham was poisoned with my blood?
Oh boy. 3, 4?
4 hours ago?
3-4 days ago at most. I think it's even less.
At the most, yeah.
The moving of the
difficulty
party has
would be
fucked up the
8.
timeline a little, but it was shortly before the party you branded that person with your blood.
Well, it took
Look,
it took a
if you
day
want
for
the
you
Bishop of
guys
Durham-
to do the whole capturing of Habiba thing.
Habib. Yeah.
And I think it had
Yeah.
already been 2 days since he drank from the wine. So 3 days. 3-4 days. Somewhere around there.
Yeah, Jal, in that particular case, will speak up like, look, if we want the Bishop of Durham dead, I've been wanting to do this for days now. I can do that. Right now.
One moment. No, you see the cookies is and this is Leslie talking, by the way. The cookies is a point system. The more cookies you get, the more we like you.
Alright, how many cookies to avoid punishment?
Leslie kind of cocks his head. I'd put that on a relative 24.
Does the other one seem to agree, or do they look
Nicholas
at
and
you not
Ramos
amused?
immediately turn their heads towards Leslie like, what the fuck? But after a second, they all kind of just, yeah, sure. If you can acquire... How many did you say? Leslie
24.
24. That is a weird... Alright, what did he said?
Well, the eagle has spoken, and 24 cookies, and we have 3 now, so 21 more, and we gotten them in 4 minutes. I think we can achieve this.
That will just avoid the branding. Either way.
So what is the scope of this cleanup?
Well, it's quite simple. Your job will be to kill the Bishop of Durham, as you've so adequately said that you can quickly do, and all the knights that were in the room with him when the event happened.
Well, that was already on our
Take care
to-do
of most of those already.
You wouldn't that potentially draw more attention? Very specific group of people.
We're in the Levant. It's very easy to hide knights dying.
Also, if I killed the Bishop of Durham now, it would look like he had a blood disease.
It's Nicholas who immediately smiles and stares at you, like starts staring daggers at you, and he goes, "Smart cookie number 4."
And then I
Well,
will say,
great. We got a handle on it now. Why don't you piss off?
I thought you wanted to talk about appealing.
Ramos sort of looks over towards you. I see we are angering you. Don't worry, it's the usual reaction to us. enjoy your festivities. We'll be around for a little bit, and then we'll be finding our own place to stay in town.
You just dropped the question about where Serafina is, then, as you have already concluded we won't tell you.
That's usually how these things go, which is why we hire an expert at tracking. I think you have a few experts in town. In fact, one of them named Cassandra, so I think we might hire her. Yeah, what's up?
And this
Appearance. Oh, on the appearance scale, how high do these guys score? Since they seem to be triplets.
They're triplets, and they are... You'd put them probably around appearance 4.
In that case, Ajala also suggests... You know, if you ever want to go have a drink around town, you probably know where to find us.
Leslie's head
He
turns
just
towards you.
looks at Ajala.
The other two don't pay any attention, but Leslie does start looking towards you and just sort of nods and goes, okay.
Is there any other solution without killing knights left and right?
Well, let's see here. You're Zamisi. You are a... Oh boy, it's that stupid clan.
Who's he looking
Oh,
at?
it's the ones that are the assassins. I can never... And Leslie kind of looks over and says, really? Really? You can't figure out a simple fucking clan? Ignore him. He's an idiot. None of you have... Yeah, and this is Leslie still talking. None of you have exactly the mind-wiping powers that we're looking for here if you want to go that route. Unless some of you have acquired them via other means. And Ramos just sort of looks over at Leslie for a minute in anger before looking back. That's what I was getting to.
So, mind wiping would solve a lot of these issues before they're issues.
Usually.
Know any good teachers?
Yeah, know a couple. You live with one? Well, I don't know if you live with Bartholomew. But he's got the trick. He does it real good. Doesn't like using it, though, from what we hear.
Why 2 months?
That's generally about the time it would take for one of you to get to Alexandria and back. One of the nights is in Alexandria.
Wow.
So it is the minimum amount of time we would need to be able to
I mean, we gave
physically
you a
complete.
grace period of like a week.
But there's the minimum to get to the one in Alexandria. What about the
No.
rest
That's
of
the
them?
minimum to kill all of them, including the one in Alexandria, seeing as the one in Alexandria is currently the farthest.
Okay, and where are all the others?
3 of them are still in Durand, 2 of them are in Tel Aviv, 4 of them are here in Jerusalem, and 1 of them is in Alexandria.
How many in Tel Aviv, sorry?
2 of them are in Tel Aviv.
Oh, okay. Can you repeat that?
We
I
start
think you said
murdering our
4.
way through Jerusalem, we start murdering our way through Tel
freedom.
Aviv, we start murdering our way through Durham, and we start murdering our way to Alexandria. Sounds perfectly fine.
I mean,
Gee.
I
sounds
think
like
I
a
know where
bloodfest
this is
to me.
going. This whole thing, 2 months, this minimum amount of time, giving us information where they are, in order to pretend this would be fair. This is not a possible task to do, and you know it. You want us to start doing your job, and then you can brand us to get the message through so others will follow, and you will take care of what we couldn't do in this time period. Because the chances of all the knights staying at the same places and being not any more than a week of fuck-ups when it comes to finding them even is unreasonable. So why are you here really? Why is it so important to brand us, to make this message through?
Now, see, normally I would give you smart cookie number 5, but unfortunately, we're not shitting you on the time frame.
But it's very arbitrarily chosen for us to, most likely at least, fail.
Oh, You aren't right either. People have done it within less time. Not that exact distance, but close to that distance with that much time.
I guess when stars align.
And that was one person.
I just have a hard time to know why 2 months are more appropriate than 4 months in this case.
Would you like 4 months? We can give you 4 months. However, I will bump up the punishment.
That is not really what I'm after. I'm after what you truly want and what you're telling us.
You don't want to know what we really want.
That's an assumption.
I guess you have to agree to disagree then. Because I'm only interested in what this is all about, more than what is happening now. 2 months for branding, like a cow that's gonna heal in a couple of days. What's up with that?
It'll take like a night to heal.
You're not even gonna use
So if this is
a light
just
burning.
about fixing surfing moves.
Is there a ritual?
I heard none of
involved?
that, Cassandra. What was that?
Sandra broke up for me as well.
Yeah, sorry. Repeat, Cassandra. Has she frozen?
If this isn't just about fixing surfing moves, Mest, what is this?
Here's part 1 of what's going on in this area, yes.
Hello? Hello?
Can you hear us?
Yeah,
Are you able to hear
now.
us? Because we are able to hear you now. We weren't able to hear you earlier. Uh-oh.
Hello?
Oh, hello.
Can you hear
Hello?
us? Hello?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, yes.
What was the last bit? What was the last bit you said?
Yes, he is part of why we are here, yes. Beyond
Is
that, you
there-
don't want to know.
Is the other part that you want us to leave town so we will be unhappy what's gonna happen here when we're gone?
Frankly, we don't care if you leave town or not. It's your choice. If you don't clean up the mess, we'll clean up the mess.
Which more people are going to die on your list?
These, I think I can ask you questions about, seeing as I figure that you might actually give me a straight answer on. Are you aware of the whereabouts of Demetrius Bloodsworth?
And just to confirm with the DM, Demetrius Bloodworth is him who came with Rune. Yes, I know where he is.
Fantastic. Would you be willing to reveal that information?
If you remove our task completely and no branding.
You're gonna have to give us more than Demetrius for that.
What if I give you a very good way to find him as well?
How good are we talking?
Say that it will be really hard to fail after my instructions. It is hard to quantify. I think that even people that are not good at tracking people and killing them would probably succeed in this task after my instructions.
Not just foolproof, Ajala proof.
Yes, and you are quite the fuck up too. Luckily, we aren't attracted to your movements.
Is that acceptable, or would you want something more?
Just... One more thing, beyond the instruction. Has our friend breached into the sanctum?
The one you didn't want to... Oh, okay, into the sanctum. Do you mean the place outside in north?
Yes.
Well,
As
not
far
before
as
we
we
emptied it.
know, no.
No.
Any knowledge on where he got the book?
No, but he doesn't have the book anymore. But he might find it again.
Are you aware of who currently owns the book?
Yes, in a way. But I don't think I would name it as someone at the moment.
Did you give it to her? This is Nicholas who says this. Did you give it to a rat?
I did not give it to a rat. I'm just saying that I have answered your questions in more than just that. Is that okay now? We can discuss about the book after I know the
Very well.
branding and the 2 months. Alright, the instructions are these. You see that door behind you?
All of them uncontrollably give a smile, and you hear the slight unsheathing of a weapon. And then Leslie nudges Ramos, and you just hear the weapon slowly go back into the sheath.
Yeah, he's on the dance floor.
Very well. Fantastic.
Smart cookie number 6.
Smart cookie number 6, 7, and 8, and I'll give you 9 for free. Now,
Alright.
moving on to our other issues, I'm sure you've guessed as to exactly what that is.
I have guesses, but I wanted to tell them to me before I become angry, if there's something I would be angry from.
You have a friend who's currently the de facto leader of the Christian faction here in Jerusalem. Not so much the current prince or the one to become the prince of all of the Levant, but more so a local leader. He's stupid enough to fuck with books he shouldn't be reading, and stupid enough to go digging places he shouldn't be digging, for things he shouldn't be digging for. Catch my drift yet?
Yes, I can understand that you want to remove this person
Not yet.
at the appropriate time. But you want this book, I guess.
The book would be nice.
I turn to the group and say, like, do we feel particularly that we want to keep this book, or do we want to give it to them?
Alright.
And I'm still not lying, we're not currently having the book, but we know where it is.
They look over to Nicholas, and Nicholas just...
Surely well, there's a lot to glean from it. Maybe it'll take a few years before we're finished with it.
Oh boy. Well, Ramos speaking. Either way, seeing as you apparently have the book, fantastic. Should you let it slip into anyone's hands, we'll be back.
We don't have the book.
It's our book.
Because we don't want to hold the book. Because we don't want to be
I'm getting mixed signals. Dumb cookie number 1.
Just because we doesn't have it doesn't mean it's not ours.
You don't have it on you, but
We
it is
don't
your
have it.
book.
We don't have it within our territory. We don't have it within anyone that can be connected to us. But we
Again,
know where it is.
you don't have it on you, but it's your book. That's what I've heard so far.
Well, you hear what you want to hear then. At least I don't see it like that. You might. Maybe someone in my group sees like that we share, but it doesn't matter. I mean, I don't have any stake in this book, to be honest.
Well, the greater whole of us do, so as long as you don't let that book go back into anybody else's hands that isn't one of us, we won't be visiting with more people.
Well, the reason we don't want to carry the book on us and why we have placed it in a way where it can't be connected to us is that we are pretty sure he's going to use tracking magic in order to find it. So it is currently on a timer of going back to his possession, that I'm pretty sure of.
Which is why I think it wouldn't be bad to actually give it to them, Jala says and points at the three.
I actually don't think that's a bad idea either, but we probably need to
We would be rid of it, and it wouldn't be our responsibility anymore.
I look between she,
That's
Megan, Cassandra.
this is Ramos speaking again. That's shocking to hear. And Leslie interjects and says, "Yes, usually people are like, I want to read the evil thing." You know, smart cookie.
I don't
Give him
mind.
another smart
Language,
cookie.
so also, I'm not really fond of reading anyway.
Why is it an evil thing?
No, it's just this is still Leslie's talking. Just generalizing. We've dealt with a couple of evil objects lately, and it's just, you know, sort of a theme.
So me and Nadjala vote to give the book to them, and what about you two? What do you vote? Do you vote keep and protect it ourselves?
You can give it to them. Just
You know what the book is?
a bit of time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you asking us if we knew where the book is that we're looking for?
Do you know what the book is?
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. It's the Diary of Simicata, Jasper Simicata.
That explains.
So I guess the question that can then lay, if you have some little interest in the book, how is the timeline going to look on the one who searches for it? Are we talking years, days, weeks, months before you handle that?
I guess what she's
sorry.
asking is, will he be able to fight in our war before we lose him?
If we get the book, we won't kill him.
Oh. In that case, we increase the chance of the war being won here if you just give the book down. I guess that's a fair
It would
price.
be even more in our favor to actually do this. I sort of questioningly look at G-Meg because I'm sort of awaiting her.
I wouldn't mind having a flick through it first, though. But after that.
I think this is in a language none of us read, though.
Okay. You can flick through it. You can't cop anything down from it, though.
Alright. I guess we will decide to give it to you within, I don't know, 24 hours. You have the time to do next
have
night.
48.
Let's do it.
Just to be
40.
nice.
Good. Right, let's go back to Serafino. As you now want to spend time tracking him and punishing him. What if I told you his skin has already been severely punished? And we have actually that what's happened to him would probably fall as worse than what you want to do to him.
Also, we have no way of apparently restoring him as far as we've learned.
You watch
Adela,
as
you get
Ramos's
some cookie from me now.
Ramos's eyes sort of give like this angered twitch.
You know
Please
the
explain.
tricks that my clan do, right?
You hear Nicholas pipe up and he goes, "Yazamite! That's what it was!" And Ramos immediately, he does his best to stay straight-faced.
Smart cookie.
Yes, I'm very aware of what your clan does. Are we saying that he has become a vessel for
You know,
diablerie?
I had a teacher, and she sort of made an example out of Serafino before you got here.
You make so many friends, Serafino, she says and smiles a little.
Quite.
But yes, now when we have already dissolved that, yes, he is currently in a state many considered to be very fatal.
He's not much more than a phylactery at this time. Only the essence of his soul remaining.
And I take it Bartholomew doesn't exactly know how to change him from phylactery to one of us again.
No, neither do we, to be honest, because as far as we understand, the whole process would destroy both the new vessel and him.
There's a high possibility, yes, unless you start with a blank body.
Blank body.
I think we're talking about very speculative things now, but is that state enough for you to say that he has been dealt with?
Fair enough.
See how much friends we can become to each other when we just talk a little. I have another question now when you have all your dealings sorted already. Is there more people that is going to pay in this town?
Nicholas speaks up. A few more.
When you say that, this Demetrius is also sort of made a bit of a trail behind him. Please tell me Rune's not one of the guys you're also after, because he seems kind of fun.
No, he usually does stupid shit. Nothing that's exposing.
Sounds also
Not
familiar.
Do you want to share the other names? Who knows, we might know things, like exactly where they are, exactly how to get them, or even said that we have sold it already. You know, they went good with the book, right?
Don't suppose anyone knows Vesuvius Valouche?
Sorry, that name. Oh. That is a new name to me, but damn, that person is unfortunate.
Vesuvius.
Have we?
Alright. I don't know that person. Does anyone of you know him? Looking to your group.
Mariana de Bruges.
Unfortunately, no. I wish I could help with
Are
that.
these Canaanites that are here in town?
They aren't Canaanites. But they are in town.
Yeah, that is fine. No, I don't know that name either. But did he say... Sorry. Did he say De Bruges or Deleuze?
De Bruges.
Okay, good. I thought this was the mortal child of Boniface or something. I was like, oh my god, how are you going to kill his family?
No.
I instantly was, hey, I live there.
Any more?
Well. Any news on Habiba al-Sakin?
Jala just backs up.
And what would you want with her?
What kind of news? Yes. She has been a thorn in many sides.
Well, it would be nice to get in contact with her again so that we could clean up a few things.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult.
Clean up what?
Cecilia, yes. She has to roll her eyes once more. And then repeat, yes, that would be difficult.
Right as well.
Great. Take it she's dead.
What was it that you wanted to... Oh, I was such a pessimist. But what was it that you wanted to smooth over, clean up with her?
We're gonna leave that discussion for another time. Have any of you seen Varsik?
That name does sound familiar.
Yeah, Varsek is the Ravenous. He's the general of our enemy faction.
He is also a child of the cup.
That's a bit of a surprise.
That we didn't actually know. Now we're learning things. This conversation has got a lot better for our side.
He does not, right?
Sorry?
Vars, I have
He
no
was not a
interaction.
child of the cup, is she?
Oh, affiliated. Not actually a child of the cup, no.
Oops.
Affiliated how?
She's helped us deal with a few things. We decided not to kill her because she was so good at her job.
Well, she was not good enough, I guess. Okay.
She's killed 12 of us.
Yeah,
In
she
that case, I
failed
feel
to
a lot
kill.
less bad.
She failed to kill me, at least.
But no.
Fine.
Then again, you are a Zamisi. We expect better from our own kind.
Yeah,
Well, anyway, back to the point of Varsek. No, he is in the enemy faction. We've actually never have interaction with him. That's why we didn't even know that he is one of our kind. Have you fucked up, or is there something else that is going on?
Oh, he's fucked up. It's one of the reasons why we're also debating wiping the mind of or killing, well, you guessed it.
Alright.
it would be massively favorable to us if he died. You know?
Well, I hope you find a solution that does not involve killing, but I think that I will not. I have spent too much time convincing you that things are not getting killed. So
Once again, of the entire group of three, you watch as Leslie kind of looks over at you and gives you this look and says, "Are you a follower of Lilith?"
yes,
That explains so much. And then Leslie goes quiet.
do I get the feeling that he liked that answer, or that he disliked it, or he was just like, "Aha, now I understand."
It was more. It was like. Aha! Now I understand. With like a twinge of ugh.
Ah, okay.
Jalo especially likes Leslie now.
Any more? But I can say that he was seen at the war front up to the east, you know, where the war was before.
Naturally. None of you would happen to be in contact with the Queen of Jerusalem, would you?
No, I actually haven't spoken to her personally. But I don't know
Unfortunately.
exactly where she are.
You should
You
meet her
mean the
too.
mortal one?
Is
Oh,
she a
she's not
child?
mortal.
Oh.
Is she also child of the cup?
Ding, ding, ding. You get a smart cookie.
I don't know what I will
He's
use all these
pretending
cookies
to
for,
be.
but I have 10 now.
It's quite easy for us, in case you haven't guessed.
Yes.
Instead of embedding themselves in Vampire Society, they embedded themselves in Mortal Society.
Yeah, when I can walk during day, it's easier.
Well,
Right?
You'd have a fun
many
time meeting
children of-
half the princes of the Holy Roman Empire. Go ahead.
how many children of the cup have gone years without realizing that they're one? How common is that?
Maybe about half a dozen so far. Recorded. It's usually when they get to around their 50s and 60s and they notice they still look like they're in their 30s or 40s, things become apparent.
How did I miss that?
Take it none of you tried the mortal route and you just went the dark side. Fun
Oh.
fact.
No, I tried.
I also could say that I tried,
Interesting.
but it's hard to find anything else in life when you are being dug up from a grave.
Fun fact. After the 3rd month of trying, you start having little blackouts. They're small, barely noticeable. After 12 months, blackouts get longer. Then suddenly, they disappear for a while. And they repeat the cycle. So you can go for a long time under the mortal, does air quotes, guys.
Oh, that's wise.
All right. Well, how many groups like you are there out there?
You notice that Nicholas and Leslie are both counting, like, openly on their fingers, and Ramos is just counting with his lips. $23 or 24. And Leslie says, no, 23. Exactly.
Are you always in groups of 3?
Most of us, unless you count the last 3 groups.
Are
They
fewer
aren't
or
actually
more?
groups. They're individuals of extreme power.
Is there only in Saxony the White Tree has this official we can find decrees, or speaking to the Serpents of Alexandria, is there any regions that are within the White Tree's control? In a more that you can go to the town hall, find them, so to say.
Yes, if you find yourself. Hold on. One second. I gotta look at the map. One second. One second. If you can find yourself mayhaps within the confines of Calabria, perhaps, or if you could make your way to any that are closer to here. And Nicholas goes, yeah, Calabria is kind of Italy. That's a little far. And it is Leslie who pipes up and says, you could go to the Sea of Shadows. Talk to those guys.
Where are they?
They're in Constantinople.
Alright. What about this individual who goes around and offering to make rich people's children into children of the cup? Or just randomly does so?
That is not handled by our group.
Is there another faction, or is he affiliated with the White Tree?
There is another faction within the Children of the Cup that does deal with that. I believe your daddy's one of them.
And what is that faction called?
Seekers of the Cup.
And why is this individual so active? When this one individual seems to be everywhere.
Again, not our area of expertise. We kill you fuck-ups. We talk with you fuck-ups. We go home. Seekers seek. Which is why their name is Seekers.
Well, has there been another faction that is no longer around that wanted to intermingle Children of the Cup with normal canines? Wanted to build alliances?
Sure. Yeah, some of them are buried here.
Is that the white tree that killed them?
Yep.
What was that faction called?
Before our time as a group within the White Tree of Saxony. Wouldn't be able to tell you. Look it up in a history book.
Well, I'm out of question at the moment. What about the rest of you?
And all three take in the silence. Leslie looks over to Ajala. I'll take that drink.
Gladly. And Ajala gets starts moving towards the door.
And as they're just about to open the door, Cecilia will just say, "Don't kill anyone in town without first informing us."
Ramos, just as he's about to turn, goes, "Oops," and continues walking.
Ajala leads out Leslie, and he will place a hand on his butt while he's walking him out of that door.
Absolutely. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is where we are going to end this session of Children of the Cup. We will see you all next time.
From staring daggers to wanting to bed one.
I think Ajala wanted to do that regardless of daggers or not.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, but
Next
either way,
week.
thank you all so much for being here. We will see you guys next episode. Adios.
Bye bye.
Bye.